Thank you, Chair.
Orders of the day.
Orders of the day, ordre du jour, government orders, government bills, commons, consideration at second reading of Bill C-52, Enhancing Transparency and Accountability in the Transportation System Act.
Madame Tassi pour Monsieur Rodriguez.
Ms. Tassi for Mr. Rodriguez, seconded by Mr. Beach, moves that Bill C-52, an act to enact the Air Transportation Accountability Act, and to amend the Canada Transportation Act and the Canada Marine Act, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Transport, Infrastructure, and Communities. Debate.
L'honorable.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Transport.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker and honourable members, thank you for this opportunity to speak with all of you today with respect to Bill C-52. I'd like to begin by acknowledging that we're gathered today on the traditional territory of the Algonquin and Anishinaabe peoples. I come with respect, Mr. Speaker, for this land that I am on today, and for the past, present, and future peoples who reside here. Mr. Speaker, Canada's vast and unique geography and comparatively small population necessitate an efficient and accessible national transportation system to move people and trade from coast to coast to coast. But the COVID-19 pandemic revealed challenges, Mr. Speaker, in our national transportation network that have disrupted supply chains, left passengers bearing the brunt of delays and cancellations, and of course, frustrations resulting from same. They exposed barriers to accessible transportation and highlighted a need for more collaboration, more accountability, transparency with the system. That is why I come to you today. We introduced Bill C-52, the Enhancing Transparency and Accountability in the Transportation System Act. Today, it is my pleasure to outline the rationale for the benefits of this proposed legislation. Madam Speaker, Bill C-52 takes concrete actions to address transportation sector accountability, transparency, and accessibility concerns that have had wide-ranging effects across our transportation system. The bill focuses on three areas of the federal transportation system. Part 1 of the bill proposes a new Air Transportation Accountability Act. This proposed act would provide the authority to create regulations that would require airports, airlines, and other operators to create service standards related to passenger flights. The activities for which standards are to be developed would be defined in regulation and could include things that directly impact the customer, the passenger, their experience on a flight, and of course, that of which happens even beyond the aircraft itself. Examples could include how long it would take for a passenger's bag to arrive on the baggage carousel after the flight arrives, or the expected wait times to enter security screening. In addition, air sector operators subject to these regulations would be required to publish their performance against these standards, these service standards, and explain the extent to which they have been met publicly to ensure, once again, Madam Speaker, transparency. Madam Speaker, we've seen in the past what poor communication and the lack of accountability, as well as transparency, can do to our air transportation system. The congestion issues experienced across our large hub airports last summer and over the winter holiday period were significant. And it is time that we strengthen the accountability and transparency of our air transportation system by creating service standards for air sector operators. This regulation making power would help ensure that there are clear standards to meet, proper coordination between the parties to meet them, and clear information available about the sector's success or failure in meeting those standards. This will ensure transparency for travelers as well as operators alike, and also support better cooperation, communication among operators to improve the passenger, once again, the customer's experience. This proposed legislation would also enable the Minister to request information from airport operators, air carriers, and any entity that provides flight-related services at an airport. The intent is not to create new regular reporting requirement, but rather to establish the ability to request information that may be necessary in the development of policies to improve Canada's air transportation system. Canada, Madam Speaker, is signatory to various international obligations through treaties, through conventions, and agreements, such as the Chicago Convention and bilateral air transport agreements. So Bill C-52 would help strengthen as well as maintain Canada's international connectivity by allowing the Minister of Transport to direct airport operators with scheduled global flights to take measures to uphold Canada's international commitments and ensure that there is a consistent approach across all airports with international commercial services. Madam Speaker, I also recognize that aircraft noise is an area of great concern for communities located near airports, travelers, and for the aviation industry. That is why the proposed act would ensure there is a consistent formal noise consultation and public notice regime in place. This requirement would be placed on airports meeting a threshold of 60,000 plus aircraft landing and takeoff movements for 3 consecutive years. The airports that currently meet this threshold are Toronto Pearson, Vancouver, Montreal, Calgary, Edmonton, and Winnipeg. And as passenger levels continue to recover, more airports are expected to be captured by this noise notice and consultation process. The proposed legislation would affirm the airport operator as the appropriate point of contact for the public regarding aircraft noise by requiring airport operators to establish a noise management committee if one is not in use presently. The committee would include representation from, at minimum, the airport operator, NAV Canada, the airlines serving the airport, and the local municipality. It also outlines public notice requirements for temporary changes to flight paths or airspace design at airports, and consultation and notice requirements for permanent changes. If requirements for public notice and consultation on noise were not met, the Act would establish a complaints process to be led by the Canadian Transportation Agency. These changes would ensure greater transparency and accountability, Madam Speaker, when it comes to alternative ways in which our airspace is designed and used and the related impacts on the surrounding communities. The impacts of swift climate change are more apparent than ever, Madam Speaker, and more needs to be done. Climate change and adaptation plans are instrumental in introducing greenhouse gas emissions, in addressing greenhouse gas emissions and preparing our airports for the anticipated impacts of climate change on their operations as well as their managed assets. Many Canadian airports are already taking action and have made significant investments to reduce their carbon footprint, namely by investing in infrastructure projects that are high-performing, efficient, as well as resilient, and adopting electric vehicles for their ground support equipment and fleet has been a great start. The proposed legislation seeks to strengthen the standards as well as standardize our airports' climate actions. This proposed legislation would require, Madam Speaker, airport authorities with at least 4 million annual passengers to develop comprehensive 5-year climate change mitigation and adaptation plans. This threshold currently includes the Toronto Pearson Airport as well as Vancouver, Montreal, Calgary airports inclusive. Under the proposed legislation, these plans would include the following. Firstly, each airport authority would be required to set a greenhouse gas emission reduction target providing a clear direction towards a more sustainable future. Secondly, the climate change adaptation plans would entail a detailed description of the current and anticipated impacts of climate change on the airport's operations and assets managed by the Airport Authority. And lastly, Madam Speaker, the plan would include a comprehensive set of actions to be taken to strengthen climate change mitigation and adaptation efforts. These requirements, which are similar to the requirements for the Canadian Port Authorities under Bill C-33, the Strengthening the Port System and Railway Safety Act, would ensure that Canada's largest airport authorities are publicly transparent about the environmental impacts they have. Under Canada's Aviation Climate Change Action Plan, Transport Canada and other key departments will continue to engage and work closely with Canadian airport authorities to support and advance their decarbonization efforts. Finally, Madam Speaker, the bill contains provisions requiring that federally incorporated airport authorities publish information regarding the diversity of their directors and members of senior management. These provisions are consistent with requirements that already exist for companies incorporated under the Canada Business Corporations Act and are intended to ensure that federally incorporated Airport Authorities Act in a way that is consistent with federal government standards and are reflective of Canadian society and our values here throughout this great nation. Part 2 of the bill would introduce amendments to the Canada Transportation Act to support a transportation system that is barrier-free. Persons with disabilities currently represent approximately 16% of the world's population in Canada. In our country, more than 6.2 million, or 1 in 5 Canadians aged 15 and older, have a disability. Of the 2.2 million Canadians with disability who used federally regulated transportation in 2019 and 2020, 63% faced a barrier. We must do more, and we must be better to ensure persons with disabilities have the same rights, the same opportunities, and quality of life as each and every Canadian enjoys. Medical advances and new assistive devices and technologies have made it more possible for persons with disabilities to travel, meaning an accessible transportation system is more important now than ever before. But there continues to be incidents of persons with disabilities experiencing barriers in their travel journey, along with a lack of accountability and transparency by regulated entities. As a priority sector in the Accessible Canada Act, Canadians expect a national transportation system that will help to advance this government's commitment to a barrier-free Canada by 2040. This means ensuring that there is a framework in place to identify and remove barriers and prevent new barriers so that persons with disabilities can travel seamlessly throughout their journey. That is why, Madam Speaker, improved data on accessibility and transportation will provide important insights into the lived experiences and diverse needs of travelers with disabilities and the barriers they face. In fact, the absence of data was a key finding from the Auditor General's audit of accessible transportation for persons with disabilities published this past March. The proposed bill, Bill C-52, introduces amendments to the Canada Transportation Act to enable making of regulations applicable to federally regulated transportation service providers, such as air carriers and interprovincial ferries, as well as passenger trains, to collect and provide data on key accessibility metrics to the Ministry of Transport and the Canada Transportation Agency, and to set up a process, Madam Speaker, for handling accessibility complaints to support an accessible transportation system. The proposed changes would strengthen accessibility performance, the monitoring of same, by the following. First, creating standards for reporting accessibility-related data to the Ministry of Transportation and the CTA, the Canada Transportation Agency, that could include complaints to support the realization of a transportation system without barriers for all persons. Second, allowing the Minister of Transport and the Canadian Transportation Agency to publish accessibility data, which will provide Canadians with a greater awareness of the barriers experienced by travelers with disabilities and will direct decision makers in taking the actions needed to achieve real change. And thirdly, ensuring that all regulated entities have a process in place for handling accessibility complaints and to require that records of these complaints are retained. Improved data metrics on accessibility barriers in transportation will allow this government to act appropriately and quickly on issues impacting barrier-free transportation and drive change for Canadians with disabilities. It is an important first step to ensuring that we make the transportation system more seamless, more accessible, and inclusive for all. And lastly, Madam Speaker, Part 3 of the bill would introduce amendments to the Government of Canada is proud of its port governance system, which is, and in 1998, established the Canada Port Authorities and charged them with managing our country's most strategic ports as part of Canada's most strategic trade corridors. While these port authorities are incorporated by the federal government, they operate under a carefully constructed governance framework that allows them to make strategic, commercially oriented decisions and act credibly in the marketplace. As every Canadian knows, ports are key hubs in our supply chains. Ports are where rail, road, and marine modes intersect to support export and import markets. It is, in fact, Madam Speaker, where roads meet rail, which meets road, and water and air. Now, more than ever, in the wake of a pandemic, supply chain disruptions, climate change events, and labor unrest, our port authorities are being called upon to be more adaptable as well as more responsive to a constantly evolving context, creating fluidity, and of course, once again, strategically placing this country to perform and to strengthen our international trade performance. With adaptability and responsiveness, however, comes an increased need for transparency. Some port users and stakeholders have expressed concerns about the way Canada Port Authorities establish the fees that they charge to their industries, to the sectors. And some of these same voices have raised similar concerns regarding lease rates for terminal operations. Madam Speaker, this government recognizes and is committed to ensuring that port authorities have the tools they need to be financially self-sufficient, self-sustaining, as well as meeting their business plans as established by the respective boards. And at the same time, we are committed to having a transportation system whose operators are transparent and are accountable to their users as well as their stakeholders. We recognize that there is room for improvement in terms of oversight of our Canada Port Authorities. That is why, Madam Speaker, the measures being proposed to amend the Canada Marine Act seek to align Canada Port Authorities, their actions, with modern experiences of transparency and accountability. Not only experiences, but more importantly, expectations of transparency and accountability. As managers of key public assets, port authorities are expected to carry out their operations while remaining responsive to users, industry, and stakeholders. The proposed Bill C-52 will first require Canada Port Authorities to follow certain principles when establishing or revising fees, along with a related complaint process. Second, create an authority for the Governor and Council to make regulations to set out dispute resolution. While the autonomous nature of Canada Port Authorities would be maintained, as well as their capacity to generate the revenues they need as critical components of their supply chains, as well as the infrastructure attached to same, the overall proposal would strengthen the government's strategic oversight and provide a consistent approach across port authorities to enhance their responsiveness to port users and to be more transparent to their operations with respect to fixing fees as well as leases. Madam Speaker, I thank you for this opportunity, and I'd be happy to take questions from members in the House. Thank you.
Honourable Member Calgary for Confederation.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I'm looking at this bill here right now. I do like to thank the Parliamentary Secretary for his speech. There are a lot of big promises in this bill, but it's short on details, Madam Speaker. And I'm looking at one here right now. It's the bill. It proposes to require airport operators to take measures to help Canada meet its international aeronautical obligations. And I'm wondering what international obligations is Canada currently not meeting up to the standards, and how will this improve the air traveling experience for Canadians?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank the member for the question. We do have numerous obligations internationally with different countries, different carriers, and of course the intent of this bill is to ensure accountability and transparency, to ensure that if there's complaints given by passengers or even jurisdictions, that in fact the Minister will now have the opportunity to have the authority to step in and make sure that those obligations are met, and if they're not being met, to come up with some conclusions, some solutions, so that they are being met and they continue to be consistent. But once again, Madam Speaker, it's about being accountable and being transparent so that these are recognized and, quite frankly, they can simply be dealt with.
Questions et commentaires. L'honorable
The Honourable Member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I think it's important and even fundamental for the federal government to ask questions about air transportation. This is a matter of federal jurisdiction, let's not forget. So what's the situation in Rouyn-Noranda? We have a brand new airport. It's magnificent. It's ready to accept passengers. But the problem is there are no flights serving Rouyn-Noranda. And this is something the federal government has neglected. How can it be that airlines are not offering any service to my region? And there are chartered flights that are full to bursting, but you can only get to Montreal once a day from Rouyn-Noranda, and there's only the one flight, and it's full. So there should be subsidies like in the U.S. for regional service. Shouldn't the government doing something to encourage airlines to provide this fundamental service to regional airports? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
It's a wonderful question. I thank the member for bringing that up. And you're absolutely right. You know, that is something that one of your other members from the blog, Mr. Barcelou-Duval.
Parliamentary Secretary to address the questions and comments through the chair and not directly to the member. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Sometimes I like to get a bit too personal. But it's a great question, Madam Speaker, and it has been brought up at the Tran Committee. And our intent, quite frankly, is to actually look at this and look at ways that the government can work with different airlines, whether it be the bigger ones or the smaller ones, in areas, especially in the areas that the member brings up. We are looking at areas in the north. One of our members from the Yukon actually is in discussions with myself personally about that. And once again, Madam Speaker, our intent is to work with the industry and the jurisdiction, quite frankly, to hopefully bring some flights into those areas, those much-needed areas, not only in Quebec, but also in northern parts of the country, such as Yukon, the Northwest Territories, and Nunavut. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Coquitlam, Port Moody, Coquitlam.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank the member for the speech, and I very much appreciated going into the realities of persons with disabilities and their inability to travel equitably in this country. I guess my question then relates to further discrimination in this bill in relation to persons with disabilities. Within this bill, the climate change plans use international standards, but they haven't asked for international standards to be used for persons with disabilities. Madam Speaker, I wonder why the unequal treatment.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. This bill introduces something that's been a long-standing problem. In partnership with the airlines to ensure that disabilities and how we put regulations and again transparency and accountability to the airlines to deal with those discrepancies that we've been recognizing for the past few years. But it is fluid, and although we have it here in the bill, the intent is once this gets past second reading, that we'll hear from the airlines and quite frankly, Madam Speaker, from members of Parliament and the users to see how we can actually enhance areas of which is identified in the bill, such as those areas that attach to disabilities. So it is a start. The bill does address it. But yeah, if there's some work to be done, and I know the member sits on the committee, on the Tran committee every once in a while, and we would welcome her comments with respect to attaching it to the part of the bill that addresses disabilities.
Comments? The honourable member for Nepean.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm glad that this bill requires the airport authorities to publicly inform the diversity amongst the directors and senior management. Sometimes back when I met the board members of Ottawa Airport, I had to point out to the lack of diversity amongst its members. But my question is regarding the airport noise and the complaint process. I'm glad that a new mechanism, a new requirement is being brought in. Unfortunately, it does not cover the aircraft noise done by the low-flying aircrafts, like from the flying clubs. In my riding of Nepean, we have got a community called Country Place who have been directly affected by the low-flying aircraft, the noise made by the low-flying aircraft. The proof how low they are flying, they're also with the federal government, with the NAV Canada. Is there any chance that a mechanism be established to deal with the noise complaints about the low-flying aircrafts and how it can be done?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank the member for the question. This bill, Bill C-52, doesn't propose, it imposes a process of which complaints are received and dealt with, frankly. And it does it in a way that's grassroots. It actually attaches the local municipality, the residents, as well as the airline and any others that are identified within the complaint, to enter into, first of all, creating a committee. And with that dialogue they would otherwise have at that committee, regardless of what that complaint may be, as outlined by the member, there would be a resolve to that. And it gives us, as a government, to ensure that again, I bring those two words up again, transparency and accountability are undertaken, and then therefore solutions are brought forward to actually deal with the complaints that are brought to our attention and to the airline's attention.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thanks to the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary for his speech. This bill and anything that provides transparency towards the operation of airport authorities is welcome. Airport authorities and harbour authorities operate at arm's length and unaccountably across this country. But I'm concerned about something that we haven't seen yet. The former Minister of Transport took a stab at it, and I wonder if there's any progress on improving ground transportation, affordable, reliable, low-carbon ground transportation for Canadians. That's the area most in crisis, particularly for low-income people. And as the inquiry on missing and murdered Indigenous women and girls pointed out, without affordable, publicly available transit in rural and remote areas of Canada, Indigenous women continue to be at risk, being forced into hitchhiking to get from one place to another.
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank the member for the question. Although not part of C-52, you know, it's a point to a well taken. And we are, Madam Speaker, through committee, through the Department, Minister of Transport, working with the provinces as well as the municipalities to look at providing more ground transportation and transit to be provided with territories and local areas. The contributions that we've made through the grants that we've provided for municipalities throughout the past 5 or 6 years prove that the government has an interest in that. But I do want to emphasize the fact that it's a three-government partnership between the federal, the provincial, as well as the municipal. And the member's correct. You know, there's a lot more that can be done, and we hope to get to that point with those partnerships that have been established, but also with the contributions that we're making at all three levels to make and to ensure that we actually take the capacities that are currently available and actually make it more increased, as well as, especially in those areas of the country that, quite frankly, don't have the same luxuries that other areas have. So we are working in that end, and I do encourage the member to actually offline approach me to some of the ideas she may have.
We have time for a brief question. The honourable member for Northumberland, Peterborough South.
Thank you very much. The member brought up the challenges faced by persons with disability. I couldn't agree more with him. One of the things that this government has recently acknowledged is that the carbon tax is a challenge to people in the affordability crisis. No one has been hit harder by the affordability crisis than persons with disability. Whether it comes to heating or transportation, they often feel isolated. Would the member recommend to his Prime Minister that there be an exemption from the carbon tax for people with disabilities?
A brief answer from the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
And, you know, it's a great question. And quite frankly, it's the reason why we came up with the disability credits that we have actually introduced in the spring under the new Act. And with that, and the help that those new incentives do give those with disabilities, our expectation is that they will, in fact, deal with the issues and the challenges that they may have with respect to their daily lives and the expenses that we all try to keep up with in terms of our daily lives. And of course, with that, the help that we're given is hopefully going to deal with those issues.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Chilliwack Hope.
Well, thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and it's a pleasure to address the House today on Bill C-52 on behalf of the official opposition and on behalf of my constituents here in Chilliwack Hope. I think we are seeing a trend here with transport legislation from this government. They like to put things into a press release that make it look like they're doing something, that make it look like they are taking action, when in fact, when you get into the details of the bill, no action is actually being taken. This bill was in response to a disastrous summer 2022 travel season overseen by this Liberal government, where we saw unprecedented cancellations, delays, waits in airports, an absolute catastrophic reopening after they shut down the industry during the pandemic. The minister brought together a group of airlines and airports and executives in Ottawa because that was apparently going to solve the problem. He did that in the fall of 2022. Reminded me, quite frankly, of the industry minister calling up the CEOs of Loblaws and other grocery stores to address the affordability crisis, apparently. But in the end, it did nothing. It didn't affect food prices. It didn't bring down grocery inflation. It was just a photo op. And the Minister of Transport, I guess, gave him the idea with a photo op that he held with airports and airlines in the fall of 2020, assuring Canadians that the winter holiday travel season would be different, that they'd come together and solve the problems. Well, we saw, quite frankly, that they had not solved the problems. We had more disastrous delays, cancellations, people sleeping on the floors of hotels because they couldn't even get into the airports to get their flights. We saw people with unprecedented delays in that winter holiday travel season. And we held emergency transport committee discussions about that. We called the minister before us, and we found out that he hadn't even bothered to pick up the phone to call the airports that were in absolute chaos. He hadn't called Vancouver or Toronto or Montreal. He hadn't, in fact, called Via Rail when they had a massive shutdown that stranded passengers. The minister was missing in action and was called to account for that. So the government, having seen the disastrous summer season, the disastrous winter season, decided, well, we need to do something. And that something was Bill C-52, which was introduced in the last days of the spring session of Parliament. Once again, we're supposed to take the minister's word for it that this will now solve the problems in the airspace, air passenger space. And quite frankly, some of this we have no problem with, but what we have a problem with is in part one. Now, the government indicates that there's going to be data sharing, there's going to be visibility on the data, service standards will be set, and that somehow will make things better for Canadian travelers, Canadian passengers. But what they are not saying is that the bill doesn't actually set out what entities will even be covered by this legislation. The bill instead gives power to the minister and the cabinet to determine which entities will be covered by these regulations. It's all being done by regulation, and there's very little in the bill that actually is defined. We're supposed to trust a minister and a government that have presided over numerous travel disasters, numerous travel seasons that have been disrupted with thousands of Canadian passengers being impacted. We're supposed to trust them to get it right, because the bill itself provides perhaps a framework but doesn't provide the details. And there isn't even an indication. Not only is there not an indication of what data will be captured, there's not an indication of what will happen when service standards are not met. So it's fine to collect data, it's fine to share that data, it's fine to have service standards, but if there are no penalties for failing to meet them, there is no teeth to the bill, and passengers will not be better served. But one thing that Conservatives have long called for is for accountability for all federally regulated entities in the air travel system. And once again, this bill, while addressing some concerns, is not strong enough to ensure that everyone who can impact a passenger's travel experience is held accountable. We believe that not only should the airlines be held accountable, which they are through our air passenger protection regulations, which need to be strengthened, quite frankly, because there's too often cases where things that are inside of an airline's control are found or said by the airlines to be outside of their control. So we agree with tightening that up, but we also believe that entities like CATSA, the security service, need to be held accountable. When they cause a delay, when the security lineups are so long that people miss their flights, they need to be held accountable. So does NAV Canada need to be held accountable. When their staffing delays cause airlines to have to throttle down their flights or delay flights or cancel flights, it's passengers who are impacted and passengers who are not compensated when those issues arise, because that is outside of an airline's control. And another entity that should be held accountable are the airports themselves. If their baggage handling systems break down, if they're unable to clear flights in a timely fashion, and they cause delays and they cause cancellations, right now they are not held accountable. And that is something, a glaring omission here in this bill, that we want to see all of these entities included, and we want to see passengers be able to be compensated when those entities cause them cancellations and delays. We see also that CBSA, the Canada Border Services Agency, is not a part of this legislation. And we know that CBSA has their land border service standards are made public. They are shown what their expectations are. But when it comes to airports, that information is not available, and they are not going to be captured by this bill. We know that when there were delays at customs halls caused by a lack of CBSA officers, that people sat on tarmacs, they sat at gates, unable to deplane because a federally regulated entity, in this case, the CBSA, was unable to provide services. Again, that means that passengers who are impacted by that are not able to be compensated because they are not included in the air passenger protection regulations, and they're not held accountable. So we believe that all of these entities, it needs to be explicit that they are going to be captured by this bill, and that there will be actual repercussions if they fail to deliver for Canadians. Airlines should be held accountable, and so should everyone else in all other federally regulated entities in the air passenger space. And we haven't talked either about the Canadian Transportation Agency and whether they should have to share data on their performance that impacts Canadian passengers. And I would argue that they absolutely should be a part of this accountability package. Right now, the backlog for the CTA is approaching 60,000 passengers. 60,000 people who have failed to resolve a complaint with an airline and have gone to the next level are now being told that they have to wait up to 18 months to even have their complaint considered by the CTA. and that's unacceptable. And the backlog is growing by 3,000 complaints a month, and there's no plan that we have seen to clear this backlog, and there's no plan to hold them accountable for their 18-month processing delays. Canadians who have experienced a delay or a cancellation from an airline should not have to wait another 18 months of delays from a government entity to get that matter resolved. We know that when an airline fails to quickly respond to the CTA, they have 30 days. If they don't respond, they get a fine. But the CTA can wait over a year. We've heard of cases where all of the information has been submitted, the airline has responded to the complaint, and the CTA is sitting on it for over a year. That's not right for Canadian passengers, and this bill should have visibility and data and service standards laid out for the CTA itself. I did find it a little bit interesting to hear the parliamentary secretary talk about the climate change policies of this government. I thought perhaps after yesterday's announcement, he might have deleted that section from his speech, where we saw the Prime Minister, after having voted numerous times to impose a carbon tax on Atlantic Canadians, on those who use home heating oil, for him to come out yesterday after his voting record and his actions have shown numerous times that he had no problem imposing a punishing carbon tax on Atlantic Canadians and those who use home heating oil. He suddenly reversed himself. And now, just conveniently, for the next 3 years until after the next election, he's taking that tax off of Atlantic Canadians. Now, that's great for Atlantic Canadians and those who use home heating oil, but it doesn't do anything for those Canadians who are suffering under a carbon tax, who use natural gas, which is actually a cleaner burning fuel by 30%. And interestingly enough, choosing to give relief for something he won't even admit causes pain is quite a climb down for this Prime Minister, but it doesn't go far enough. And that's why obviously Conservatives will axe the tax for all Canadians, not just those that the Prime Minister is concerned about his plummeting support from. So again, I think it's quite rich to have a Liberal government talk about how they are going to impose climate change targets or climate change policies on airports when they've just shown that they'll flip-flop, that they will take, that they will swallow themselves whole, that they will go against their own votes in this House of Commons when it's politically expedient to do so. And we shouldn't expect to take them seriously on this issue any longer. I want to talk a bit about the marine section of the bill. And again, it's interesting that we are currently studying Bill C-33 at committee. And this bill has been, we have yet to find stakeholder that is satisfied with this bill. The witness testimony has been extremely clear that the government did not consult with them, that the government did not listen to them, and that the proposals contained in Bill C-33 when it comes to port modernization will actually impose a made-in-Ottawa solution. There's more Ottawa, less local control. There was no response to the concerns of those who use the ports and those who run the ports. And we have now a marine section tacked on to Bill C-52 when the ink wasn't even dry on Bill C-33, which actually deals with port issues. So it's interesting, to say the least, that a government that has a port modernization bill before the Transport Committee is already amending that bill through another bill in the House of Commons, which proves that they don't have a plan and they are not getting this right. I think overall, we have seen that this approach of this government is this bill is a good example. It's a hollow shell all of the major components of the bill will be decided later on in regulation by the minister and the cabinet. And so the bill is something to talk about, it's something to point to, but it actually doesn't do anything when it comes to part one. That is all left to regulation. And some of the feedback from some of the people that we hear from time to time, the experts on air passenger rights or aviation management. So there's some quotes here. It's a quote from John Graddick, lecturer at McGill University's Aviation Management Program. He said, "There's lots of stuff about data sharing, but not much about who or what would be taking action and in what conditions would action be taken." Gaber Lukács, who's a air passenger rights, the president of that organization, says there may be penalties, but even those powers are left to the government to create rather than being set out in the legislation from the start. And in their analysis of the bill, McCarthy Tetro said that the bill contains vague language, and most importantly, it gives significant latitude to the minister and government in council to enact wide sweeping regulations. So this, once again, is a bill that is vague, that does not contain specific remedies to the solutions or to the problems that have been plaguing this system for months now. It gives way too much power to a minister and a government that have, quite frankly, failed to show leadership in this space for the last number of years. And as we've seen with other bills, the Bill C-33, which we are currently dealing with, they did not consult with the entities that will be impacted. They did not take their advice into consideration. And so once again, it's an Ottawa knows best, the Liberal government knows best approach that will not serve Canadian passengers well enough. There's some things in this bill that we can support. The accessibility and disability portions of the bill we have no problem with. The marine stuff, even though it appears to be tacked on, it is controversial in the port between port authorities and port users. Many port users are looking for increased accountability. And many port operators are indicating that they already have complex dispute resolution mechanisms that will be impacted by this bill. But once again, we'll just anticipate, based on the record of this government, that they haven't actually consulted with those entities directly and are just imposing their vision here for what should work best. So we believe the bill is a missed opportunity. There could have been more done to spell out who would be held accountable, how they would be held accountable, and that everyone in the air travel space would be held accountable. The bill fails to do that, and therefore we cannot support it. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, the Government House Leader.
First, Madam Speaker, I find it truly amazing the member would provide comment when the Prime Minister actually is sensitive and responds to the needs of Atlantic Canada by giving the break on home heating oil. Given the fact that member himself voted and told Canadians from coast to coast to coast, along with the entire Conservative caucus, that they support a price on pollution and did the major flip-flop. I think he should swallow that before he tries to throw stones in glass houses. My question specific to the member is, does he not agree that the principles of the legislation is something in which the Conservative Party might actually consider supporting and possibly even seeing it go to a committee? Does the member have any amendments in mind?
The Honourable Member for Chilliwack Hope.
Well, Madam Speaker, it is quite rich to hear the Parliamentary Secretary who 2 days ago would have defended in this House, and in fact has voted numerous times. We proposed a motion to exempt home heating oil from the carbon tax, and that member and every Atlantic Canadian member voted against that motion because they told us that these phony rebates would more than compensate for the cost of the carbon tax. The Liberals are now admitting that their carbon tax causes affordability problems in Atlantic Canada. Well, I have news for that member. The carbon tax causes affordability problems from coast to coast to coast. And under this leadership, under the leader of the opposition, we will cut the tax. We will axe the tax from coast to coast to coast, not just for those select Canadians that the Prime Minister is suddenly taking an interest in because of his plummeting poll numbers in that region.
L'honorable député de Saint-Jean.
The honourable member for Saint-Jean.
Je crois comprendre qu'il a mentionné que les conservateurs allaient voter contre.
I understood that the Conservatives would vote against the bill because there are many entities not included in the bill. He named the CBSA, for instance. When something's missing from a bill, perhaps it would be better to bring it to second reading at committee and make constructive proposals to improve it. But I get the impression that the Conservatives are missing out on a great opportunity. I just want to focus on that aspect for the CBSA. What does my colleague want to see in the bill to update the bill? It's one thing to critique a bill, but it's another to make constructive proposals. And that's what I did not hear in his speech.
The honourable member for Chilliwack Hope.
Oh, thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank my colleague for her question. I would simply say that experience has taught me and has taught us as Conservatives that supporting a bad bill at second reading is not a great strategy for improving the bill. The bill is flawed, and we saw this with Bill C-33. We said the same thing. I heard the same comments from members of the Bloc and members of the government. Why don't you support it to committee and then make amendments? Well, what we have heard confirms our position that the bill is fundamentally flawed, that there are issues with that bill that cannot be resolved. The bill did not consult, it did not address the concerns of port users and port authorities. So we have very recent knowledge of a transport bill that we were told, why don't we just fix it in committee? So, well, some bills are fundamentally flawed and we believe should be sent back to the drawing board. Now, that said, if stakeholders come forward and propose changes, we will always try to improve bad Liberal bills, but we believe that sometimes the best thing to do is just vote against them.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Elmwood-Transcona.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to the member for Chilliwack Hope for having taken an opportunity to express some of the very legitimate frustration that Canadians are feeling around airlines right now and airline service. I wonder if he'd like to take a moment to express appreciation for the ways in which establishing a virtual parliament has enabled MPs to meet their commitments in the chamber despite a period of poor air service.
The honourable member for Chilliwack Hope.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and obviously I am appearing virtually. I wish that I was in the House today with my constituents. My personal circumstances don't allow for that today. I think we do have to look at keeping everyone in that airspace, in the air passenger space, accountable, and that when there are failures of the system, that the entity that has failed the passenger must be held accountable. And that, I think, is what's really been missing. What's really missing in this bill is that the focus is on airlines, and they should be held accountable, but so should all of those other entities that I talked about: CATSA, airports, NAV Canada, CBSA, all of them that have an impact on passengers should all be held accountable, and this bill does not allow for that. So we think that the government should have done better, and we will be voting against this bill.
Then comment, the honourable member for Yorkton Melville.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I do appreciate what my colleague has brought to the floor today. I really appreciated the words glaring omission. And I think that's what we're dealing with here with the bills that come forward from this government. Is so often there are glaring omissions to those bills, and explicitly he spoke of the accountability of all air passenger services, and then spoke to Canada Transport Agency, a backlog of 60,000 complaints, taking over 18 months, and a growing of 3,000 more per month. It sounds a lot to me like what we're facing with Veterans Affairs, with the incredible backlogs that this government seems to have in its scenario because it does not govern well. Everything seems broken, and I wonder if you could speak to the reality of that and why this bill shouldn't be on the floor at all.
The honourable member for Chilliwack Hope.
Well, it's, Madam Speaker, I think it adds insult to injury when a passenger has experienced a significant delay or flight cancellation. They've tried to get it resolved with the airline. The airline has said, no, that doesn't meet the criteria. We don't believe that you're entitled to compensation. And then they disagree, and they file a complaint with the agency of the government that is supposed to adjudicate these things independently. And not only do they have the insult of having slept on the floor of an airport, they now have to wait 18 months to even have their complaint heard by the agency that is supposed to be there to protect them. That system is also broken. The government has not resourced it well enough. They have not held them accountable enough. And I didn't get into this in my speech, but the latest information that we have shows that they have given bonuses to senior executives. All of them have received maximum bonuses for the last 2 years. We don't have the data for this year yet, but rather than holding them accountable, this government pays them bonuses for their inability to serve Canadian passengers. That's not right. This bill does not address the failures of the CTA, and it's another reason why we shouldn't support it.
Comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary of the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary of the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. And you know, the member says that the Conservative Party does not support the legislation, and within the legislation, there's all sorts of things that are there also for the communities, such as the noise committees of sorts that will be obligated for airport authorities. Some of them already have them in place. It ensures that communities are, in fact, have a voice when it comes to airport authorities. To be clear, does the Conservative Party actually oppose all aspects of the legislation, or do they feel that there are some parts that they could support in some fashion? And if you could list maybe an example of one or two.
Honourable Member for Chilliwack Hope.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. I have no problem with Part 2 of the legislation that increases transparency and visibility for Canadians with disabilities and provides response to the Auditor General's report. I said that quite clearly. I think the noise complaint, it's interesting to see the different approaches within the bill, the contradictions within the bill itself. For the noise complaint portion of the bill, it goes down to the legislation includes what constitutes proper notice of meeting, what constitutes quorum, it's very, very prescriptive. The government has decided that they know how that should be meted out. But for the parts of the bill that deal with passenger protection or that sort of thing, it's all left to regulation. So the government should make up its mind. I think it's very, very prescriptive. It imposes a very strong standard on airports, but unlike other portions of the bill, it doesn't leave it to regulation. So I'm unclear why that portion was so prescriptive, and in other portions they've left it entirely to the minister and the cabinet.
We are now at statements for members. Déclaration de député. The honourable member for Dartmouth Cole Harbour.
Madam Speaker, I'm rising to honour an outstanding individual from my riding, Dartmouth Cole Harbour's Leo McKenzie. Leo spent the past 40 years working with the nonprofit Regional Residential Services Society in support of adults with intellectual disabilities. And he spent the last 14 years helping his friends on Hilton Drive live their best lives, while supporting the amazing work of Better Together Nova Scotia. Leo has always ensured that the people he supports are active members of our community. He's always listened to their ideas and helped make them a reality. Leo has empowered and inspired so many through his positive attitude and his eagerness to give back to his community. Leo has changed so many lives for the better, and we owe him our gratitude. Speaker, I ask that all members join me in congratulating Leo McKenzie on his retirement. Thanks for everything, Leo.
The honourable member for Calgary Shepherd.
Shilan Mirzai is a prominent Iranian human rights activist that has been wrongfully arrested for her defense of Iranian refugees in Turkey and her strong voice for human rights. Worse still, her arrest was made at the request of the terrorist regime in Iran. Mirzai is now held in a deportation center in Turkey. She faces deportation to Iran and a certain death sentence. Turkish President Erdogan has been deporting innocent Iranians and Kurds fleeing the regime in Tehran. Erdogan has defended Hamas publicly and bombed Kurdish civilians in Rojava. Canada must get tough with Tehran, delegitimize the regime, list the IRGC as a terrorist group, get justice for the victims of PS 752. The NDP Liberal government must call on Turkish President Erdogan to do the right thing by immediately ending this unjust detention and release Shilan Mirzai. Jinjian Azadi, Zen Zendagi Azadi.
The honourable member Cloverdale Langley City.
Madam Speaker, I rise in the House today to offer congratulations to the National Trust for Canada on their 50th anniversary conference. Taking place in Ottawa right now at the Chateau Laurier, this year's conference theme is Transforming Heritage. The conference has brought together over 700 heritage professionals, advocates, and industry leaders from across the country and is being held in partnership with the Canadian Association of Heritage Professionals and the Indigenous Heritage Circle. The National Trust for Canada is the leading national charity dedicated to the conservation and use of Canada's historic places. Since its inception in 1973, the organization has powered a movement dedicated to preserving and revitalizing heritage buildings, landscapes, and communities for the benefit of the people and the planet. I want to say a special thank you to Natalie Bull and Chris Weeb from the National Trust. Their dedication to heritage shows through their hard work. They mobilize support for Bill C-23, which is key legislation for the protection of Canada's national heritage. From conference attendees, I call on all members of this House for the swift passage of C-23. Congratulations to the National Trust on their 50th anniversary. Thank you.
The honourable member from Edmonton-Griesbach.
Mr. Speaker, the humanitarian crisis unfolding in the Middle East is not occurring in isolation. It is significantly impacting Canadians here at home. Students, refugees, teachers, doctors, and even children are witnessing a severe surge in Islamophobia, anti-Palestinian racism, and anti-Semitism. Visible Muslim women who wear the hijab, especially black Muslim women, currently fear for their safety, particularly when speaking out against injustice. They are losing jobs, scholarships, and facing threats on campuses and in workplaces. In my riding of Edmonton-Griesbach alone, we bore witness to a racially motivated attack and verbal abuse against an innocent teacher at Queen Elizabeth High School. This dehumanization of people is unparalleled, and we cannot remain silent during these difficult times. When I was growing up, Mr. Speaker, my elders instilled in me the moral obligation to speak out when witnessing such atrocities. I implore all Canadians to stand in solidarity with Muslim and Jewish voices right across our country. Thank you very much.
The honourable member for Halifax West.
Mr. Speaker, November 1 marks the beginning of our first National Lebanese Heritage Month in Canada.
I am very proud to underscore this special occasion with my friends, my constituents, and all Canadians.
Colleagues, I encourage you to take this weekend to connect with your local Lebanese community.
Take the time to find out about and attend events and celebrations in your community.
Our community is organizing so much. Tonight's Cascun wine tasting, an Independence Day flag raising, the annual Lebanese Film Festival, the Watani Lebanon Party, and more. Our local Lebanese organizations and the consulates and the embassy are all working hard to make this inaugural year memorable. I want to thank them as well as my own church, where today our congregation is coming together in prayer for peace in the Middle East. Monsieur le Président, nous les
Mr. Speaker, we Lebanese Canadians are proud of our heritage.
Is Heritage Month.
The honourable member from Etobicoke Lakeshore.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today I stand to highlight the recent passage of Bill S-12, which amends the Criminal Code, the Sex Offender Information Registration Act, and the International Transfer of Offenders Act. This bill received royal assent yesterday. I want to express my gratitude to all parties and the Senate for their support and dedicated efforts in acknowledging the significance of this legislation and ensuring the safety of Canadians today and in the future. More importantly, I want to underscore the efforts and work of survivors of sexual assault in sharing their stories to inform this legislation. This includes representatives from My Voice, My Choice, whose tireless efforts led to these important changes to the publication ban regime. More specifically, a sincere thank you to Morel Andrews. You are a testament to what can be achieved when you stand up and advocate for what you believe in is right. To you, Morel, thank you and congratulations.
Député de Sydney Victoria.
The honourable member for Sydney Victoria.
I rise today to pay respects to the 18 people tragically killed by a gunman in Lewiston, Maine. Our deepest condolences to those impacted by this terrible crime. I hope that leaders in this state and country will do everything possible for them to finally address gun violence. Madam Speaker, like many Mi'kmaq people, I have family in the state of Maine. My mother grew up there, and as a teenager, I spent many years working in the blueberry fields and the factories in Maine. I also got to know the people of Lewiston during the 4 years one of my best friends played hockey there. They are a kind and caring community who have been left stunned by this tragedy. I mourn with them the loss of lives, and as a Nova Scotian, can empathize with the disbelief that something this tragic can happen in your home. To the people of Maine, Canadians care about you. We are praying for you. You will get through this, and we will be thinking about you during these difficult times. God bless you all.
The honourable member from Kelowna Lake Country.
Mr. Speaker, it is with gratitude that I want to thank all responders and volunteers who helped and continue to save lives and protect Kelowna Lake Country and region in BC during wildfires. We heard of 4 brave BC woodland firefighters who lost their lives, who we hear served fighting fires in my community. My deepest condolences to their friends and family and to all firefighters who have lost their lives. Thank you to all at the Central Okanagan Emergency Operations Centre, Emergency Shelter, and Emergency Support Services. There is great loss that will affect many for a long time, as most structures are homes, and my heart goes out to all those affected. Residents were calm and overwhelmingly compassionate, opening their homes and hearts. Thank you to all cultural groups, worship centres, businesses, community organizations, not-for-profits, and charities doing what they could, helping those in need. It's important to continue supporting these organizations as they serve our community and to check on the mental wellness of those around us. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Pickering-Uxbridge.
Thank you,
Pickering-Uxbridge.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. October is Cybersecurity Awareness Month, and as the Parliamentary Secretary responsible for cybersecurity, I want to take this opportunity to highlight some key resources and tips for staying cyber safe that all Canadians can learn from. The best way to protect ourselves from cyber attacks is to be educated on phishing red flags, proactively protect our data and back up our devices, set strong passwords, be careful about what we share online, and help educate the most vulnerable in our communities, especially children and seniors. When it comes to understanding antivirus softwares, installing new security updates, and navigating conversations about cyber safety, Canadians can visit getcybersafe.gc.ca for resources and information. Cyber attacks are preventable, and it's critical that we protect ourselves and our communities. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Bellechasse, Les Etchemins, Lévis. Mr. Speaker, after 8 years of this government, Quebec has the highest inflation rate for a 4th consecutive month, and food banks are seeing record attendance. 872,000 people go there each month, and 30%, and demand is up 30% from 2022, Mr. Speaker. In my riding, Le Grenier Lévis, Frigo Plein in Saint-Lazare, and L'Essentiel in Lac Etchemin have also seen significant demand. How can this be happening here, Mr. Speaker? All this mess is because of the Liberal Bloc coalition that wants to hike the carbon tax, which increases the price on everything. Let's be clear. Every unit of food produced in another province, transported and purchased in Quebec is more expensive because of the carbon tax. We can't say it enough. It's very expensive to vote for the Bloc. The honourable member for Calgary Heritage.
Costume and tax the truckers moving the costume and tax a shopkeeper that sells a costume. You tax a consumer that buys the costume. Everyone knows the Prime Minister is obsessed with costumes. I can't explain why. On top of quadrupling his carbon tax, he's introducing a new costly costume tax. My friend Ryan owns a costume shop in Calgary, a beloved local business back home for 24 years. Now it's under attack by NDP Liberal gatekeepers for forcing Ryan to pay more than $100,000 in import fees. all thanks to a nonsense policy classifying his costumes as, quote, fancy dress wear. After 8 long years of NDP Liberal corruption, small businesses are closing their doors across this country. Don't let that happen to this costume shop. Conservatives will get government off the backs of entrepreneurs. We'll remove the gatekeepers. We'll axe a tax so shop owners like Ryan can do what they do best. This costume prime minister is just not worth the cost.
The Honourable Member for Ottawa West Nepean. Mr. Speaker, this week we announced a total of $100 million in funding for 1,040 social purpose organizations thanks to the Investment Preparation Program. These organizations will continue to provide indispensable assistance to their communities in need.
Social purpose organizations provide much needed help to our neighbors in need. I would especially like to thank Alan Reister McDowell and all the volunteers at Matthew House Furniture Bank, as well as Natalie Malone, Diane Vena, and all the volunteers at Helping with Furniture, who provide hundreds of newcomers and those fleeing domestic violence with donated furniture to give them a new start. I am especially inspired that many of those who were previously helped have come back to contribute and volunteer their time to help others. These volunteers are the best of our community. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member from South Shore, St. Margaret's.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to pay tribute to a great Nova Scotian and true friend to me and many others, John Carroll of Chester. John owned and operated automobile dealerships in Nova Scotia, New Brunswick, and Ontario. From the time he was a young boy, he was passionate about the automobile industry. More importantly to John, he was a proud Nova Scotian. This pride was particularly evident in his beloved home of Chester. John believed in giving back to his community in small ways and large. He quietly supported many local causes and more than we will ever know. John loved his family deeply, starting with his wife Gail, who he named his boat after. He beamed with pride whenever he talked about his grown children, their successes, and their families, Scott and Julia. Once you were a friend of John's, you were friends for life, and I had lunch with him only 2 weeks ago in Lunenburg. John died yesterday at home, and on behalf of this House, I wish to extend our condolences to Gail and their entire family. Rest in peace, John.
Then I have
the Honourable Member
Burnaby.
The world has been horrified and heartbroken by the violence in Israel and Palestine. New Democrats condemn the brutal attack on Israel by Hamas, and we call for an immediate ceasefire, the release of all hostages, the protection of all civilians, and for immediate humanitarian aid to Gaza. We are also profoundly concerned about what is happening in Canada. We've seen a sharp increase of hate against Jewish and Muslim Canadians since the Israel-Hamas conflict broke out. Toronto police have reported an over 130% rise in hate-related calls. The National Council for Canadian Muslims has seen a 1,300% increase in Islamophobic incidences across the country. We've seen a 400% increase in anti-Semitism, in incidences of hate since last year. New Democrats condemn all forms of hate and discrimination, especially anti-Semitism and Islamophobia. All levels of government need to provide strong leadership to ensure public safety in our communities, including places of worship and schools. Together, let's take a stand against all forms of hate, Mr. Speaker.
Then I have the Honourable Member for Saint Jean. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to tell you about a young athlete in my riding who recently took part in the World Rowing Beach Sprint Finals in Barletta, Italy at the beginning of the month. Ella Rose Duval became interested in rowing in 2020 after watching the Tokyo Olympics. Only 2 years later, she participated in the Canada Games and then qualified for the Worlds, but this time in coastal rowing. At this rate, I'm quite sure that she's going to make one of her dreams come true, that is taking part in the Los Angeles Olympic Games in 2028, which will have this sport for the first time. Ella Rose is only 17, but she maintains an overall average of 98% and is the best student in her school. She also holds the Governor General's Bronze Academic Medal and the Quebec Lieutenant Governor's Bronze Medal for Youth in recognition of her volunteer work. Ella Rose, all my congratulations, and keep up the good work.
L'honorable député de Calgary Rocky Ridge.
Under this NDP Liberal government, a generation of young Canadians are giving up on home ownership. It used to be that if you had a full-time job and saved your money, you could buy a home, start a family, and eventually pay your house off. But how can a young Canadian save for a down payment when they're paying $2,500 a month for rent? How can they qualify for a mortgage when the payment is $4,000 a month? Now, it takes a worker most of their working life just to save enough for the down payment. But then they still wouldn't even qualify for the mortgage. This government's inflationary deficits have triggered an inflation crisis and the highest interest rates in decades. Those that already own a home don't know what they're going to do and how they're going to make their mortgage payments after the next renewal. And those who don't own a home are forced to pay ever-increasing rents. This Prime Minister has killed the middle-class dream of home ownership. That's his legacy after 8 years. This Prime Minister is not worth the cost.
The Honourable Member for Hamilton Mountain.
We're coming to the end of Women's History Month, and I'd like to take the opportunity to highlight a woman in my riding of Hamilton Mountain who has dedicated her career to improving the lives of her tiny charges, their families, and our entire community. Ala Mohammed is manager of childcare at YWCA Hamilton, who recently received the Prime Minister's Award for Excellence in Early Childhood Education for her commitment to building strong, inclusive communities. Ala's leadership creates safe spaces for all children and satisfies the unique needs of children from newcomer families. I know Ala to be a fierce advocate for families in Hamilton, and she was among the many families on Hamilton Mountain who celebrated when our government introduced an affordable plan for childcare. She has witnessed the tremendous impact this plan is having on children and their parents who now have more options in the workforce. Congratulations, Ala. You are a true gift to the whole Hamilton community.
Questions orales. L'honorable député de Foothills.
With plummeting polls in Atlantic Canada, this Prime Minister is panicked, desperate, and making it up as he goes along. Only a year ago, Liberal MPs voted against a Conservative motion to axe a carbon tax from home heating. What a difference a year makes. I know my farmers in Alberta are sure wondering what it takes for them to get some relief from this Prime Minister's carbon tax. But yesterday, the Prime Minister admitted that his carbon tax is unaffordable. So how much worse do the polls have to get for the Prime Minister to axe his carbon tax for all Canadians?
Hear, hear. L'honorable ministre de l'Environnement.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. When we came into power in 2015, projected emissions growth in Canada, so pollution levels was going to increase to 80 million tons by 2030. We brought this down 80 million tons, more than 80 million tons, in fact, and since then, we've reduced it by another 50 million tons, Mr. Speaker. So that's more than 100 million tons of pollutions that Canada won't have to endure because of us, despite the Conservative Party of Canada. We're only getting started, Mr. Speaker. We have a plan to fight climate change and to help Canadians with affordability. We'll keep going at it.
L'honorable député de Foothills.
While the Prime Minister presses pause on his carbon tax in Atlantic Canada, the Liberals are blocking a Conservative bill that will exempt the carbon tax from on-farm fuels, making food more affordable. I guess the desperate pleas of Canadian farmers don't have the same weight as the Prime Minister's plummeting polls in Atlantic Canada. But let's be clear. Putting a pause is only a move of desperation for this Prime Minister, who will double down, as this Minister just said, on his pledge to quadruple the carbon tax. Again, the Prime Minister's admitted his carbon tax is unaffordable. When will he axe his carbon tax for all Canadians?
L'honorable secrétaire parlementaire.
Mr. Speaker, as my father used to say, when you point the fingers, there's always three fingers pointing back at you. When it came time to decrease funding to farmers, the leader of the official opposition sat on his hand at the cabinet table. When it came time to increase funding to farmers, all Conservatives MPs sat on their hands. And on C-234, if it was so important for the leader of the official opposition, he should have sat on his hand and worked a little harder.
L'honorable député de Foothill.
The Liberals don't care about food costs or affordability. Canadians are struggling to put food on the table after 8 years of this Liberal NDP government. Almost 2 million Canadians accessed a food bank in March. That's up 79% from March of 2019. A third of those people using food banks are children, and almost 20% of Canadian families are food insecure. A Prime Minister who is in desperation mode is not worth the cost. Again, the Prime Minister has admitted his carbon tax is unaffordable. When will he axe that tax for all Canadians so they can afford to put food on the table?
L'honorable ministre.
Mr. Speaker, we know that right now many Canadian families are struggling with increased costs. Last night, I was speaking with Faye, and Faye shared with me that he came to Canada with his family 5 years ago from Syria. And he shared the impact that the Canada Child Benefit had on his family, enabled them to ensure that they could buy food and the things that their children needed. This is one story, Mr. Speaker, of the 3.5 million Canadian families that receive this benefit each and every month.
The honourable member for Mégantic-L'Érable. Mr. Speaker, 800,000 Quebecers are resorting to food banks every month. That's one Quebecer in 10. 30% more in 1 year, 73% more than in 2019. And what's worse, 70% of food banks are running short of food. And the Liberals want to hike the carbon tax, which will increase the cost of everything. When will the Prime Minister scrap the second carbon tax of 20 cents a litre that he's imposed on all Quebecers?
L'honorable ministre.
The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank my colleague for his question. And it's clear, Mr. Speaker, we are in the heat of the action. We're stabilizing grocery prices for Canadians. There's the Canada Child Benefit, which continues to put money in the pockets of Canadians and Quebecers. Mr. Speaker, the carbon tax doesn't apply in Quebec, and the member knows that full well. Mr. Speaker, we are here to support Quebecers and Canadians, and we will continue getting the job done. The honourable member for Mégantic-L'Érable. Well, they're missing in action because yesterday in a newspaper article it said that over 800,000 Quebecers are resorting to food banks. It's a national embarrassment. That's the legacy of 8 years of Liberal government. And further on it says the face of poverty is changing. Workers, women, students, university students are all resorting to food banks. The Liberals are plummeting in the polls. Will the Prime Minister scrap the second carbon tax that he's imposed on all Quebecers, yes or no?
L'honorable ministre.
Mr. Speaker, once again, on this side of the House, we recognize that many Canadian families are facing challenges. Just last week, I had the opportunity to visit the Eden Food for Change in the riding of Mississauga Erin Mills. And that institution, that organization, helps to feed individuals each and every day. Through the Community Services Recovery Fund, we've put $400 million into these community organizations to help address these problems.
L'honorable député de Saint-Jean.
The honourable member for Saint-Jean. Mr. Speaker, Radio-Canada revealed that the Liberals are considering revising downward immigration thresholds for 2026 because of the housing crisis. The minister even confirmed he planned to say more on November 1st, but Ottawa is still reviewing its thresholds without talking to Quebec and the provinces. Quebec and the provinces are responsible for healthcare, education, enculturation, infrastructure, and the list goes on. They're the only ones who know their capacity for successful immigration. So will the government commit to consulting reducing them and adjusting thresholds according to provincial settlement capacity. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As the member opposite knows full well, Quebec sets its own immigration levels. They can choose Francophone applicants, and they will build the housing they need and provide the jobs for those people. Mr. Speaker, we always respect Quebec's jurisdiction around immigration, and newcomers are undeniably part of the solution. The Honourable Member for Saint Jean. Mr. Speaker, it's curious. Yesterday, when the Bloc was talking about revising thresholds, the Liberals accused us of being anti-immigration. But when the Liberals revise the thresholds, as they're doing now, that doesn't mean they're anti-immigration. When it's them, it's fine. When it's someone else, it's bad. Mr. Speaker, on the initiative of the Bloc, on Tuesday, we'll be discussing those immigration thresholds. Will we be able to have an intelligent debate without the Liberals suggesting that everyone but them is intolerant? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Bloc wants us to stand up for immigrants in Quebec, and we're happy to be a part of the solution. Quebec has the exclusive power, though, to select the vast majority of immigrants coming to Quebec. And under the Canada-Quebec Accord, Quebec also receives financial compensation from the federal government. So we respect Quebec jurisdiction around immigration, and we work very well. We are working very well with the government of Quebec. That government is a good partner for us.
The New Westminster, Burnaby.
We're seeing a housing crisis across the country, and Halifax is seeing one of the worst in Canada. People are forced to live in parks and in their cars. Women fleeing violence have nowhere to go when they stay at a shelter, and students can't find a home they can afford. Now, Liberals and Conservatives finger point, but between them, these two parties have lost over 1 million affordable homes over the last 17 years. When will the Liberals finally build the homes people desperately need so no one has to sleep on the streets in Halifax?
L'honorable Secrétaire Parlementaire.
Mr. Speaker, 70,000 new units for individuals who have experienced homelessness. 122,000 people who are close to being homeless are not homeless because of the National Housing Strategy. That applies to what I just said before on homelessness. That member rightly brings up the plight and position of women who experience homelessness. Over 400 units of shelter, either renovated or constructed through this government's investments. We have more to do. It's not an acceptable situation, but we will get it done.
L'honorable député de New Westminster, Burnaby.
The Liberals say they're not making things worse, but they're certainly not making things better. Now, here's the reality of yet another Canadian. Mr. Speaker, Stephanie Finlayson of Woodstock, Ontario, has been struggling to make ends meet. Big corporations who make record profits are gouging people like Stephanie at the grocery store, at the pumps, with bank fees, and with their cell phone bills. After working full-time and paying her monthly bills, she only has $9 left for food. Under this Liberal government, people are going under, and Conservatives have no interest in cracking down on corporate greed. When is this government going to put something in place to protect Stephanie from this ongoing corporate gouging?
L'honorable Secrétaire Parlementaire.
Thank you to the honourable member for the question. Well, our government is stepping up to fight inflation and alleviate the pressures in our economy to address the affordability challenges that Canadians are under. We see the Conservatives shudder at even the thought of standing up to corporations. We brought them to the table. They've produced action plans. We're updating our competition laws, and I wish all members of this House would get on side and vote in support of our Affordability Act.
L'honorable député de South Shore St. Margaret's.
A year ago, the Liberal MP from St. John's East, in a show of great compassion to Atlantic Canadians, said he was sick and tired about hearing from people complaining about the cost of heating. Then he said he and his fellow Liberals voted against removing the carbon tax from home heating. And after 8 years, NDP Liberals now admit the carbon tax is hurting people and it's not worth the cost. Will the Prime Minister admit the pain he has caused and axe the entire carbon tax?
L'honorable Secrétaire Parlementaire.
Mr. Speaker, Canadians know that climate change is real, and Nova Scotians know that climate change is real. Over the past 2 years, we've had fires, we've had floods, we have hurricanes, but we've also heard that Nova Scotians need help and they need time. And that's why I'm proud that our government has incentivized heat pumps and created incentives for medium and low-income families to ensure that they can make the transition to clean and affordable energy. Our government is committed to addressing climate change, and we will be there to help all Canadians make that change.
Good job. L'honorable député de South Shore St. Margaret's.
The announcement he referenced is from a panicking, plummeting Prime Minister. And after 8 years, even that panicking Prime Minister now admits his carbon tax is not working. Yet the NDP Liberal government continues to punish Canadians with a carbon tax on everything. This Prime Minister is not worth the cost. 1,000 people last night in Nova Scotia demanded the Liberals axe the tax. When will the Prime Minister do his job and axe the entire carbon tax?
L'honorable secrétaire parlementaire.
Mr. Speaker, we want to save people money and fight climate change at the same time. We know that a price on pollution reduces emissions and puts more money in the pockets of middle-class families. We also know that many families who use home heating oil in Atlantic Canada are having trouble making the switch, a switch that they want to make, Mr. Speaker, to a cleaner and cheaper source of heat, particularly in rural communities. That's why we're pausing the price on pollution on home heating oil for 3 years, doubling the rural rebate, and creating a new program to deliver cleaner, more affordable heat pumps to families in the region while we save them thousands of dollars every year.
L'honorable député de Calgary-Shepherd.
It's been 8 long, miserable years with this NDP Liberal government. A year ago, they voted to keep the carbon tax on home heating, and now they're in full panic mode with polling numbers in free fall. Their new re-election slogan is, elect them that only quadruple the carbon tax right after the next election. No relief either for the second carbon tax the Prime Minister has piled on. My constituents know this Prime Minister is not worth the cost. When will the NDP Liberal government admit that their carbon tax is punishing Albertans and axe the entire carbon tax?
L'honorable ministre de l'Environnement.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. What we announced yesterday is that we were going to double the rural top-up for Canadians who benefit from the implementation of carbon pricing. We will also, through a pilot project, make it free for Atlantic Canadians who want to switch to heat pumps, which will enable them to save $2,000 per year, Mr. Speaker. What is it the Conservatives don't like about it? I'll tell you what they don't like about it. It's making Canadians less dependent from their big oil friends. That's what they don't like about it. They want Canadians to continue paying for inefficient, polluting, and pricey system. That's not what we want to do on this side of the House, Mr. Speaker.
L'honorable député de Calgary-Shepherd.
It's obvious that side is in panic mode because of falling polling numbers. So they're serving us election gimmicks. This week's Food Bank report says that 1 in 6 Canadians are working hungry. They're working and are going to the food bank. Herman in my riding tells me he's been going to the food bank for almost 2 years. So does his brother and 2 of his friends. Another constituent told me he's okay. He's only skipping 1 meal a day and he's having cereal for the 2 other days. Herman and my constituents know this. The Prime Minister is not worth the cost. When will the NDP Liberal government treat Albertans fairly and axe the entire tax so they can put food on their dinner tables?
L'honorable secrétaire parlementaire.
Well, Mr. Speaker, it's hard to take these champagne Conservatives seriously as they continue to stand up in this House and speak to the hardships that Canadians are feeling, while every step of the way they oppose the very measures that our government has consistently put forward to help the most vulnerable. Measures like the Canada Child Benefit offering families hundreds of dollars per month to support their children, and childcare, which is saving families hundreds of dollars per month. Instead of weaponizing Canadians' hardship for political gain, perhaps they could consider supporting real measures that help Canadians, like the Affordability Act.
Before I proceed to the next question, I would ask all members on all sides of the House to please keep your comments to the time that you're recognized and you have the floor, so that all members can listen to the questions and to the answers. The honourable member from Prince George, Peace River, Northern Rockies.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mark is a local grocery store owner in Dawson City. Mark has seen his already high shipping costs get slapped with a 94% fuel surcharge because of this Prime Minister's carbon tax. A dozen eggs is $8. A pound of butter is $9. And get this, a kilogram of cheese is $30. Yukoners know they simply can't afford this Prime Minister any longer. Will this NDP Liberal government finally stop punishing Yukoners and axe their carbon tax?
L'honorable ministre de l'Environnement.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Canada Energy Regulator estimates that wind power will provide about 30% of total Canada's supply in 2050, compared to less than 6% in 2021. Now, according to a recent study by the Public Policy Forum, offshore wind could be for Atlantic Canada what, and I quote, oil was for Texas or hydropower for Quebec. This is transformational for Atlantic Canada. I think a lot of Canadians, Mr. Speaker, are wondering why is the Conservative Party opposing the development of clean, renewable energy for Atlantic Canadians and, in fact, for all Canadians, Mr. Speaker?
Thanks for the question, Minister.
L'honorable député de Prince George, Peace River, Northern Rockies.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Despite this Prime Minister's fancy photo ops yesterday, Yukoners are facing a cold winter where they have to decide between keeping their kids warm or keeping them fed. Carbon tax is causing transportation costs to double and food prices to skyrocket. Instead of making it better for struggling Yukoners, this NDP Liberal government is making it worse. After 8 years, this Prime Minister simply isn't worth the cost. Yukoners want to know, will they end in its entirety the carbon tax? When?
L'honorable ministre.
Mr. Speaker, I respect the honourable member across the way speaking for the people of Yukon. We have a fantastic member of Parliament on this side that actually represents the Yukon. And, Mr. Speaker, I can tell you that the investments that we are making in that territory are transformational investments in our tourism industry, in making sure that we have climate resiliency. Mr. Speaker, what the Conservatives have against climate change is the fact that they don't believe in it. They ran on a policy to actually fight climate change. Now they're under new management. They don't care. We're due. We're going to fight climate change for Yukoners and all Canadians.
The honourable member for Terrebonne. Mr. Speaker, once again, this government is going it alone, threatening the survival of 250,000 businesses. Everyone's asking the government to defer repayment of the CEBA loans for another year. The premiers of Quebec and the provinces, the National Assembly, unanimously, the Federation of Independent Business, the Restaurant Association, everyone's on the same side, the entrepreneurs' side, except the federal government. When will they stop stubbornly standing alone against the world and offer the deferrals everyone's asking for? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank the member opposite for her question and her continuous advocacy for small businesses across Canada. Mr. Speaker, the CEBA program provided unprecedented support to nearly 900,000 small businesses and helped them keep their doors open and keep the lights on. Last year, our government extended the forgiveness qualification deadline by 1 year to the end of this year. We know times are still tough for small businesses, Mr. Speaker, and that's why we recently announced a full 1 year extension on the term loan repayment. We will continue to be there for small businesses throughout Canada, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
The honourable member for Terrebonne. Mr. Speaker, repeating what the government has done in the past won't stop any of the 250,000 businesses threatened with bankruptcy in 2024. No one's attacking their record. Everyone's asking what they're going to do today. They need to open up a direct channel of communication with small businesses to offer them personalized solutions and a reasonable extension. The solution is in their hands. What are they going to do today to avoid a wave of bankruptcies? What's the government going to do today?
L'honorable secrétaire parlementaire.
Thank you again, Mr. Speaker. Look, the bottom line is that we've been listening to businesses across the country. And if you're a small business and you do not currently have the funds to repay your CEBA loan, you now have 3 years to repay it in full. The additional flexibility that we announced is significant support for small businesses who might still be struggling to make ends meet, Mr. Speaker. The CEBA program delivered more than $49 billion to nearly 900,000 small businesses. Mr. Speaker, we're going to continue to support small businesses as we all recover from the pandemic. Thank you.
Then I have Député de Regina, Wascana.
Mr. Speaker, a report released this week by Food Banks Canada shows that more Canadians are relying on food banks than at any time since 1989. And it's no surprise. The carbon tax applies to the farmers who grow the food, the truckers who truck the food, and the grocers who refrigerate the food. Clearly, this Prime Minister is not worth the cost. Mr. Speaker, after 8 long years, will this Liberal NDP government finally completely cancel its inflationary carbon tax?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, Mr. Speaker, our government has demonstrated through action that we really care about the struggles that Canadians are facing. But it's hard to take these Johnny-come-lately Conservatives seriously. When the UN Special Rapporteur on the Right to Food came to Canada in 2012, he documented that 55% of households on social assistance were food insecure and said it was the inadequacy of social protections that led to the burden on the food banks. So what did the Conservative Harper Conservatives do, Mr. Speaker? The Conservatives fed Canadians a nothing burger for almost a decade. So they're reckless and irresponsible and it's just not worth the risk.
The Honourable Member from Chatham-Kent, Leamington.
Mr. Speaker, 1 year ago, the Liberal MPs voted to keep the carbon tax on home heating. Yesterday, the Prime Minister flip-flopped. Why? Polling numbers. Yesterday's announcement of the pause on the carbon tax on home heating won't help 97% of Canadians. Canadians can see this for what it is. After 8 years, this NDP Liberal government is just not worth the cost. The common sense Conservative promise is simple. No gimmicks, no temporary measures. Will the panicking, plummeting Prime Minister admit he cares more about polls than Canadians, and will he now axe the entire carbon tax?
Then I have Ministre.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the honourable member for his questions. But look, he ran on a plan to actually fight climate change and then threw it out the window when they got a new chief executive officer for their party. I can tell you, Mr. Speaker, all they want to do is take us back to a time when polluters could actually pollute for free. And Mr. Speaker, our plan is going to allow Atlantic Canadians to shift from a high GHG fuel to a solution that is actually going to lower GHGs in perpetuity. That means for the Conservatives, Mr. Speaker, forever. We're going to keep fighting climate change. They can keep complaining that we're actually doing the right thing on behalf of Canadians.
Then I have Député de Louis.
The honourable member for Louis Saint Laurent. The Liberal carbon tax does have an impact in Quebec. The second Liberal carbon tax will cost up to 20 cents a litre more for gas, and all this with Bloc support. More money in Ottawa and less money in Quebecers' pockets. After 8 years of Liberal government, 1 Quebecer in 10 is resorting to food banks. The Liberals with the Bloc want to create a new tax when people in Quebec are suffering.
And I have Ministre.
The Honourable Minister. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for his question. And I'd also like to remind him that what he's talking about is a clean fuel standard, which was in the Conservative Party platform in the 2021 election. However, despite having campaigned on such a measure because it would help reduce greenhouse gas emissions from the oil patch, and there have already been $2 billion worth of investments all across the country in Saskatchewan, Alberta, and even in Quebec, but the Conservatives would scrap all those investments and all that program creation. The honourable member for Louis Saint Laurent. Mr. Speaker, where was the minister last year? Because on October 24, 2022, we voted on a motion here which the Conservatives proposed to scrap the carbon tax on home heating. And just yesterday, the Liberals flip-flopped and suddenly said they supported that idea. Mr. Speaker, the fact is If people in the Atlantic region are going to get a break, what about Quebecers? What about Montrealers? Are they going to give them a tax too, a break too, and scrap the carbon tax?
The
Honourable Minister. It's true, Mr. Speaker. It's hard to follow all the information about climate change, and I can understand why my friend opposite is a bit confused. So the Clean Fuel Standard applies all across Canada. It applied yesterday, it applies today, it applies in Atlantic Canada, in Quebec, Alberta, or even BC. It's completely different from the carbon tax. And the investments are creating hundreds of jobs, including among farmers who are going to produce canola and so on. But if the Conservatives took office, all of that would disappear.
And I have Deputy to North Island, Powell River.
Mr. Speaker, on Wednesday in my riding, a 13-year-old overdosed at a local business. Luckily, a nurse and local firefighters saved her life, and I am so grateful. In BC alone, more than 1,800 have died this year due to the toxic drug supply. The Liberals have delayed mental health funding while people die. And the Conservatives, they want to punish people who are struggling. When will the Liberals deliver a national health-based plan to address the toxic drug crisis?
Secrétaire parlementaire.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank the member for the very, very serious question. Since 2016, our government has had a view that we need a comprehensive, collaborative, and evidence-based substance use policy with harm reduction and treatment as the key part. This is a public health issue, not a criminal one, and must be addressed the way alongside well-trained, monitored, and resourced public safety components. People who are struggling, Mr. Speaker, need everyone at the table, everyone in this room. Federal government working with provinces and territories on a system that includes health and mental health term services. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Député d'Edmonton, Strathcona.
Mr. Speaker, leaked emails from Global Affairs Canada revealed that the government has no plan for over 400 Canadians desperately trying to flee Gaza and hundreds more in the West Bank. In Gaza, they have no food, they have no water, and the hospitals are crumbling. The Minister and the Prime Minister have no answers for Canadians, and they refuse to call for an end to Israel's siege and a full ceasefire. What's the plan to evacuate Canadians out of Gaza and the West Bank? How many Canadians and Palestinians will die before the Liberals call for a ceasefire?
The
Honourable Minister for International Development.
Top priority has always been and will always be the safety and security of Canadians. We continue to call for the immediate release of all hostages and demand that they be treated in accordance with international law. We've also sent a team of experts to the region to support the work of securing their release. With respect to the larger number of Canadians who are trying to evacuate from Gaza, myself, the Foreign Affairs Minister, and our Prime Minister have been doing everything that we can to work with our partners in the region and beyond to enable them to evacuate safely and securely from Gaza.
The Député de St. John's East.
Mr. Speaker, when Canadians needed support during the pandemic, community organizations and charities stepped up to provide crucial assistance. Now, many of them are having difficulty generating revenue, managing increased costs and demand for services, and attracting and retaining paid staff and volunteers. Can the Minister of Families, Children and Social Development update Canadians on the progress that has been made to support these organizations?
L'honorable Ministre.
Mr. Speaker, through the Community Services Recovery Fund, nearly 5,500 organizations nationwide have been funded. In the members' riding of St. John East, that means groups like the Association of New Canadians is now better able to support newcomers. The Food Producers Forum, Bell Island Community Food Bank, and the Newfoundland and Labrador Food Umbrella can continue feeding their community. These are local groups, Mr. Speaker, that are making a real difference in St. John's East.
L'honorable député de Parry Sound Muskoka.
This NDP Liberal government's inflationary spending is making everything more expensive, proving once again that the Prime Minister is just not worth the cost. Food Banks Canada has reported that March of this year, almost 2 million Canadians visited food banks. That's a 78.5% increase since March of 2019. Rent has doubled, mortgages have doubled, and the number of Canadians needing food banks is skyrocketing. So when will this coalition government end their wasteful inflationary spending so Canadians can afford to eat?
L'honorable secrétaire parlementaire.
Mr. Speaker, every day in this House, Conservatives stand up and talk about the lineups at our food banks as if food security in this country or food insecurity just became a thing. While our government created the first ever national food policy for Canada, invested in the local food infrastructure fund, invested over $100 million on food security organizations during COVID-19, and advanced social protections that lifted 2.7 million Canadians out of poverty, what did the Stephen Harper Conservatives do, Mr. Speaker? Nada. Nothing. Zilch. So if the Conservatives have finally woken up to the fact that food security is a need in this country, they can vote for the Affordability Act.
The honourable member from Parry Sound, Muskoka.
Well, Mr. Speaker, we know that food insecurity is not a new thing. It's only been getting worse under this Liberal NDP coalition. In fact, 67% of those using food banks this year were living in market rental housing and paying so much they couldn't afford groceries. What's worse is children now make up 33% of food bank clients. So the NDP Liberal talking points and photo ops are clearly not working. So when would they end their inflationary spending so we can keep roofs over our heads and kids out of food banks?
L'honorable secrétaire parlementaire.
Thanks, Mr. Speaker. The UN Special Rapporteur on the Right to Food reported as many as 4.3 million Canadians were food insecure in 2011 and said, and I quote, "A growing number of people across Canada are unable to meet their basic food needs." That was in the dark era of the Conservatives for almost a decade, where food insecurity continued to get worse and worse and worse. So I don't know when the Conservatives finally woke up and realized that this was a major issue in this country, but they did nothing for over a decade. So here we are addressing the issue, lifting 2.7 million Canadians out of poverty. I wish they would get on board and do something for once to actually support Canadians.
L'honorable député d'Edmonton, Wetaskiwin.
Mr. Speaker, the disastrous Trudeau economic legacy, 14 deficits in 15 years in the 70s and 80s, led to untold devastation for Canadian families and massive cuts to Canadian healthcare spending and critical federal programs for seniors and families. After 8 more long years, that family legacy has now resulted in 20 consecutive deficit budgets under Prime Minister Trudeau and his son. That family legacy is definitely not worth the cost. Some are now saying that we will spend more on interest payments this year than we do on the Canada Health transfer. Is that true?
L'honorable ministre.
Speaker, maybe the honourable member from the south of Edmonton forgot or had amnesia over the 10 dark years under the Harper government. And quite frankly, he is one of the silent Conservative voices, 30 silent Conservative voices, MPs all from Alberta, Mr. Speaker, saying nothing about Danielle Smith's reckless and irresponsible attempt to take Albertans out of the CPP. Is he happy to scare seniors in his riding? Is he happy to destabilize CPP for the country, Mr. Speaker? Shame on him and his whole party for being silent and scaring Alberta and Canadian seniors.
L'honorable député d'Edmonton, Wetaskiwin.
Mr. Speaker, when each faced a global crisis, our governments definitely took distinctly different routes. Our Conservative government ran targeted, time-limited deficits and laid out a timeline to get back to balance by 2015, which we did. This Liberal Prime Minister, on the other hand, announced that the crisis was an opportunity to reimagine our economy and embarked on a wild-eyed experiment that has our country teetering on the edge of financial devastation. My question again, will this government spend more this year on interest than we do on the Canada Health transfer? Yes or no?
L'honorable ministre.
Speaker, and the honourable member across is really good at cherry-picking facts. I can tell you conversations that I had with Conservative members of Parliament during the middle of a pandemic. You know what they said, Mr. Speaker? They said, forget the loan programs, forget the ability to help people to actually pay their rent. You know what they said, Mr. Speaker? They said, let the market decide. What did they want to have? Bread lines and poverty and decimation in our street. Shame on them for scaring people about CPP, and shame on them for revisionist history. This is a government that supports Canadians and has lifted over 1 million people out of poverty. Shame on them.
L'honorable député de Abitibi-Bay James, Nunavik, EU.
Monsieur le Président, 872.
Mr. Speaker, 872,000 Quebecers had to turn to food banks this year. A shocking number. This government absolutely must help these people who can no longer feed their families. During the election, the Liberals promised $1 billion over 5 years to fund school lunches. I wrote to the Minister of Finance to remind her of this promise, which has yet to be fulfilled. To date, there's been no response. With 1 in 10 Quebecers relying on food banks, will the minister keep her promise and spend that money on feeding children?
The Honourable Minister.
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, we know that right now many Canadians are having a hard time putting food on the table. We are working with provinces, territories, municipalities, Indigenous partners, and others to develop a national school food policy and support the creation of a national school food program. We're planning this policy to reflect the regional and local needs because we know that existing meal programs do not serve the majority of Canadians. I'm happy to share with this House that the As We Heard It report will be coming out next week, and I look forward to working together on it.
L'honorable député d'Abitibi-Bay James, Nunavik, EU.
Monsieur le Président, il n'y a pas de solution miracle.
Mr. Speaker, there's no miracle solution to the rising cost of living. We're not asking the government for a miracle today. We're asking it to keep its promise. It promised $1 billion to feed children in schools. That's not miraculous, but it could make all the difference for 872,000 Quebecers with families who use food banks. When will the government keep its promise and unconditionally transfer the money to Quebec?
L'honorable Ministre de la Famille.
The Honourable Minister for Families.
Speaker, we know that kids learn better on a full stomach, and this remains our goal. The work underway on a national school food policy is critical to achieving that. We continue to work with our partners, the province, the territories, Indigenous partners, stakeholders, and children to inform the path forward on this. As mentioned, I look forward to the release of the As We Heard It report, the results of our consultation, and I look forward to working with all members in this House to move it forward.
L'honorable député de Calgary, Rocky Ridge.
Mr. Speaker, after 8 years, Canadians are increasingly convinced that this Prime Minister is not worth the cost. This government's insatiable appetite for spending has triggered an inflation crisis and interest rate hikes. Millions of Canadians with mortgages are left wondering what they're going to do when their payments go up by over $1,000 a month on their next renewal. When will this NDP Liberal government get their inflationary deficits under control so people can afford to stay in their homes?
L'honorable secrétaire parlementaire.
I sat with that member on the Federal Finance Committee for 2 years, Mr. Speaker. At no point did he ever stand up and go against the austerity agenda of that party's leader. It's an unacceptable approach, but we on this side do have an approach that matters. In that community where he's from, in Calgary, we are working with that city council on a number of things, including the Housing Accelerator Fund, that will see more homes built. That brings down the cost of rent. That brings down the cost of purchasing a home. We will continue to work together, Mr. Speaker.
L'honorable député de Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands, and Rideau Lakes.
$54 million in waste, extortion, corruption, and an RCMP investigation. That's ArriveCan. And we heard shocking testimony about a group of government insiders who are running a real racket in the tech sector procurement. After 8 years of this Prime Minister and his NDP Liberal government, that's how they run things. And now there's an RCMP investigation. This Prime Minister clearly isn't worth the cost. So will he fully cooperate with the RCMP in this investigation?
L'honorable secrétaire parlementaire.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As we have said time and time again, that we expect all contracts to be issued following the law and regulations set out in this place. Mr. Speaker, CBSA has launched an internal audit. They've increased oversight over contract granting, mandating new procurement certification courses. Mr. Speaker, we welcome the any investigation into these allegations, and again, any misconduct will come with consequences.
L'honorable député de Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands, and Rideau Lakes.
This Prime Minister has blocked so many RCMP investigations that he's lost track of them this week. These insiders involved in this are the same ones behind the $54 million Arrive scam. And the whistleblowers that brought this waste and corruption to Canadians' attention were threatened and had their contracts cancelled by the NDP Liberal government. After 8 years of this Prime Minister, he's not worth the cost. When will the Prime Minister stop lining the pockets of well-connected insiders and fully cooperate with the RCMP?
L'honorable secrétaire parlementaire.
Mr. Speaker, once again, we see the Conservatives taking cheap political shots at the Prime Minister instead of sticking to the facts, which is allowing any allegations of misconduct to be properly investigated. There is nothing being blocked by the Prime Minister or the government. We welcome investigation to look into these allegations of misconduct. And, Mr. Speaker, we expect contracts to be issued following the law.
L'honorable député d'Halifax West.
Monsieur le Président, de nombreux Canadiens de partout.
Many Canadians across the country are worried about their future. Groceries are more expensive. Housing and basic amenities cost more too. Among them are many students and recent graduates who are just starting out in life. They face uncertain times and inflation with few savings to fall back on. Can the Minister of Employment and Workforce Development tell us what the government is doing on a practical level to help students and recent graduates put money aside to get a good start in life?
L'honorable ministre.
The Honourable Minister. I want to thank my colleague for Halifax West for her hard work. Our government understands full well that students and recent graduates need support, and that's exactly what we're doing. We recently announced that interest on Canada student loans would be forgiven. This would save young people nearly $410 a year. Our government has always been there for Canadians. I'd like to remind you that the Conservatives voted against this measure. What a shame.
L'honorable député de Kelowna Lake Country.
Mr. Speaker, new information was just revealed that the Prime Minister's office refused to release documents to the RCMP during their SNC-Lavalin investigation. At the Ethics Committee, MPs were in the room, the RCMP Commissioner was in the room, ready to testify on the RCMP's obstruction of justice investigation into the Prime Minister's SNC-Lavalin scandal. Then the NDP Liberal government abruptly shut down the Ethics Committee before the RCMP Commissioner could testify. After 8 years, this Prime Minister isn't worth the cost. What is the cover-up coalition hiding?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, I have to admit, after yesterday's performance, I'm surprised the Conservatives would dare go down this road in dealing with the fact that they had 26 opportunities to move a motion to bring forward the RCMP to committee. But instead, they choose to use that as a political ploy to block the study of looking into a lobbyist-paid trip by 5 Conservatives, including $1,800 worth of champagne. A bill, $1,200 oyster bar bill. Mr. Speaker, talk about cover-up.
Colleagues, I'm certain we all want to give our attention to the Member of Parliament who has the floor next to ask a question. The Honourable Member from Kelowna Lake Country.
Well, Mr. Speaker, the only person in this place that has broken ethics laws twice is the Prime Minister.
That's right.
And the Prime Minister said when he took office that the government and its information must be open by default. But after 8 years, the Prime Minister only wants to cover up the truth. The RCMP Commissioner made himself available to answer questions, but the NDP Liberal government doesn't want him to speak. We've learnt it was the Prime Minister's office who blocked the RCMP from getting key documents during the SNC-Lavalin investigation. This Prime Minister is not worth the cost. What is the cover-up coalition hiding?
Good question. Good question.
L'honorable secrétaire parlementaire.
Mr. Speaker, it's interesting to me that the Conservatives would once again talk about cover-up when it's they who are using political tactics to block the study of looking into a lobbyist-paid trip for 5 Conservative members. They yelled out, Mr. Speaker, to correct me, it was 2 lobbyist-paid trips. They think that makes it better. Mr. Speaker, I'm curious, was the Chateaubriand that they consumed, was that a steak or a 600-euro bottle of wine? Perhaps they could come to committee and answer those questions.
Colleagues, l'honorable député de Montmagny, Lillet, Kamouraska, Rivière-du-Loup.
Monsieur le Président, l'Alliance Bloc libéral.
The Bloc Liberal Alliance continues. Last Monday at the Ethics Committee, the RCMP Commissioner was in attendance and ready to testify about the Prime Minister's interference in the SNC-Lavalin affair. The Liberals wanted to adjourn the meeting, and who supported them? The Bloc Québécois. The MP for Trois-Rivières voted with the Liberals to protect the Prime Minister. It costs a lot to vote for the Bloc. After 8 years of this government, it's doing everything it can to hold on. What did the Prime Minister promise the Bloc Québécois to get their support?
L'honorable secrétaire parlementaire.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Speaking of costs, I'm just curious, what does a $1,000 meal at the Savoy restaurant for 3 courses of a lunch, what does that look like? Maybe the Conservatives who went on a lobbyist-paid trip could come to committee and explain that. Instead, Mr. Speaker, they are bringing up a case that the RCMP has considered closed for years as a way to block from the committee studying the exorbitant champagne taste that Conservatives seem to have.
Colleagues. L'honorable député de Lac-Saint-Louis.
Canada is and always has been a trading nation. Our government's Trade Commissioner Service is an unmatched network of over 1,000 business-savvy experts in 160 cities, which help businesses in my riding and across the country reach new markets. Can the Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Export Promotion, International Trade and Economic Development update Canadians on how we're helping businesses get started, scale up, and go global?
L'honorable secrétaire parlementaire.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank the member from Lac-Saint-Louis for his strong advocacy on behalf of businesses. I visited 2 innovative companies in Montreal and heard about how they're growing thanks to our government supports. Opal RT Technologies is unlocking their global potential and now has a presence in over 50 countries. And the EDC has helped Equisoft expand to new markets like the US, Australia, UK, Chile, and South Africa. Mr. Speaker, we will continue to be there for business to help unlock new markets as they create good-paying jobs right here in Canada. Bravo.
L'honorable député de Churchill-Kiwatinuk, Churchill-Kiwatinuk-Aski.
Mr. Speaker, as Canadians struggle, a tax evasion report confirms what the NDP has long called for, a global wealth tax to ensure the rich pay their fair share. Still, thanks to Liberal and Conservative governments, billionaires now pay next to nothing in taxes. But rampant tax evasion didn't just happen. It is a political choice. So when will this government stand up for working people and those on fixed incomes who are hurting right now, listen to experts, and implement a wealth tax so that billionaires finally pay their fair share?
L'honorable secrétaire parlementaire.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Our government has been and will continue to be committed to ensuring everyone in Canada is paying their fair share. That's why we've permanently raised the corporate income tax by 1.5% on the largest banks and insurance companies in Canada, implemented a recovery dividend of 15% on the financial sector to pay for the costs of COVID-19, and implemented a luxury tax on private jets, luxury cars, and yachts. And will implement a 2% tax on share buybacks. We're committed to ending the corporate tax race to the bottom and ensuring that multinational corporations pay their fair share of tax wherever they do business.
L'honorable député de Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. With the Liberal climate policies increasingly looking like Swiss cheese, the Greens have practical solutions, and one of them is Motion 92 from the member for Kitchener Centre to have an excess profit tax on big oil. This was just costed out by the Parliamentary Budget Office, confirming there would be $4.2 billion available if the Liberals move to tax the big polluters. When will this government move to to create an excess profit tax, as they have done for banking and insurance, on the fossil fuel sector that raked in, the 5 biggest companies, raked in $38 billion last year? When will we tax it?
L'honorable ministre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my honourable colleague for a question. In fact, our government has done more than anyone else to ensure that large oil companies do their fair share when it comes to paying taxes and fighting climate change. We already have regulations in place to ensure that they reduce methane emission, very powerful greenhouse gas, by at least 40% by 2025 and at least 75% by 2030. We're imposing a cap on the emission of the oil and gas sector, and as my honourable colleague just reminded this House, we've also imposed a surtax on share buybacks. We're doing more than any government has done to ensure that they do their fair share. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
And that brings us to an end to our Friday question period. As we move on to daily routine of business, I'll ask members if they can carry their conversations outside of the chamber, as we have a number of issues which are going to be brought up by various members. Tabling of documents. Madame la Secrétaire Parlementaire.
Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of National Defence. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Under the Understanding Order 32, I would like to have the honour to table in both official languages the framework agreement between the Government of Canada and the Government of the Federative Republic of Brazil concerning defence cooperation, done at Brasilia on June 27th, 2023, and the framework agreement on social security between Canada and Tunisia, done at Djerba on November 18th, 2022.
Dépôt de projet.
Introduction of government bills.
Déclaration.
Statements by minister. Reports from interparliamentary delegation. Presenting reports from committees. The Honourable Member for Parry Sound Muskoka.
Monsieur Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have the honour to table in both official languages the 13th report on the Standing Committee on Human Resources, Skills and Social Development on the housing crisis in Canada, adopted on October 16th, 2023. Thank you. I'd like to commend the Honourable Member on his French. Introduction of private members' bills. First reading of Senate public bills. Motions. The Honourable Member for Edmonton Griesbach.
Mr. Speaker, after discussions between the parties, I believe if you seek it, you will find unanimous consent for the following motion. I move that members of the Standing Committee on Procedure and House Affairs be amended as follows. Mr. Green, Hamilton Centre, for Miss Blaney, North Island, Powell River.
Hear, hear. Que tous ceux qui s'opposent à ce...
All those opposed to the Honourable Member moving this motion. All those opposed to the member moving this motion will please say nay.
D'accord.
Therefore, the House has heard the terms of this motion. All those who are opposed to the motion will please say nay.
Adopté.
Carried.
The
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just wanted to say that I'd only tabled one of these agreements, which was the framework agreement between the Government of Canada and the Government of Brazil concerning defence cooperation done at Brasilia on June 27, 2023. I apologize, Mr. Speaker.
D'accord. Merci beaucoup.
Thank you. Presenting petitions. The Honourable Member for Saanich Gulf Islands. I will just ask the member to unmute her microphone. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It is an honour to speak today to present a petition.
Continue to be very concerned about the logging of old-growth forests, and the petition demands that the government pay attention to its obligations to protect migratory birds and species at risk by moving to curtail logging in critical habitat areas for endangered migratory birds, particularly marbled murrelet. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Calgary Shepherd.
Thank you, Speaker. So I'm tabling a petition on behalf of constituents in my riding again. They're drawing the attention of the House that Canada has now the highest rate of common law relationships among G7 countries, with the share of co-residing common law couples increasing from 6% in 1981 to 23% in 2021. They also draw the attention of the House to the following fact, that nearly 4 in 10 children live with a lone parent, step-parents, parents in a common law relationship, or other non-traditional unions. And this is what they're asking the Minister of Justice. So we, the undersigned citizens and residents of Canada, call upon the Minister of Justice to initiate a statutory review of the Divorce Act, specifically concerning the federal child support guidelines, which takes into account the evolving reality of blended families, variance of income over time, and better reflects the need of children in shared custody situations. Thank you, Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Parry Sound Muskoka.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm happy to present a petition started by Tammy LaChapelle Ward in my riding from Katrine, calling on the Minister of Transport to request an amendment to current regulations that water aerodromes must follow the same requirements as land aerodromes on water. It's a loophole that often they don't have to go around. They go around the local zoning and protections that exist on the shorelines of lakes all across this country, and we think it's time that that loophole be closed. And so this is a petition that I'm proud to present to the House today and affix my name to as well. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Yorkton Melville.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The first of my petitions I'm presenting in the House seeks to support the health and safety of Canadian firearms owners. They recognize, these petitioners, that the importance of owning firearms. They also are concerned about the impacts of hearing loss caused by damaging noise levels of firearms and the need for noise reduction. They acknowledge that these monitors are the only universally recognized health and safety device, and that it is criminally prohibited in Canada. So they're calling on the government to allow legal firearm owners the option to purchase and use sound moderators for all legal hunting and sport shooting activities. Secondly, these individuals call upon the House of Commons to legislate the abuse of a pregnant woman and or the infliction of harm on a preborn child as aggravating circumstances for sentencing purposes in the criminal code. They know that the risk of violence against women increases when they're pregnant, and the injury or death of preborn children are not considered at this point in time, and Canada has no abortion law, so that void is so extreme that we don't even recognize preborn children when they're victims of violent crimes. And then finally, Speaker, these petitioners are calling on Parliament to guarantee the right of every Canadian to health freedom by enacting the Charter of Health Freedom drafted for the Natural Health Product Protection Association on September 4th, 2008. Freedom of choice in health care is becoming increasingly curtailed and further threatened by legislation and statutory regulations of the Government of Canada. So they believe that Canadians are competent and able to make their own health decisions without state interference.
The Honourable Member for Bow River.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to present this petition on behalf of my constituents in the Bow River riding.
Petitioners are calling on the government to repeal medical assistance in dying for those for whom mental illness is the sole condition, and protect Canadians in struggling with mental illness by facilitating treatment and recovery, not death. Speaker, Conservatives agree that Canadians with mental illness should be treated with dignity and facilitated with treatment options they need. Recovering from mental illness is possible, and we should never give up on Canadians. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member from Edmonton Manning.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I receive a large number of correspondence from my constituents regarding Health Canada measures for the natural health product. Measures that will force many small to medium sized businesses to shut down Canadian operations and to provide less NHP options for Canadians. Therefore, we, the undersigned citizens of Canada, call upon the Minister of Health to work with the industry to modernizing labeling and adjusting Health Canada proposed cost recovery rates to accurately reflect the size and scope of the industry, and that the new regulatory changes should only be considered once the self-care framework is adjusted and backlogs are cleared. Operations are running efficiently, and then the policies and procedures in place to ensure stable operations and selection of natural health product choices continue for Canadians. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member from Kelowna Lake Country.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I have a petition here today that is from residents in my riding of Kelowna Lake Country and from the surrounding region. And I know that I need to summarize. And so the petitioners state that Big White Mountain Ski Resort, or Big White Mountain Resort, is an important economic driver and employer for the region, being British Columbia's second most visited winter destination, hosting over 650,000 skier visits and over 1 million resort guests annually. And the petitioners are asking, calling for the government to implement a postal code. And there's a number of reasons why this is important. It's beneficial for the processing and accurate filing of and collecting of property taxes, accurate navigation via mapping software. It benefits tourism organizations by allowing user-generated content to be accurately labeled and geotagged, essential services such as insurance. And so the petitioners are calling upon the Minister of Public Services and Procurement to work with Canada Post and ensure that the creation of a postal code for Big White Mountain Resort is prioritized and handled in an expeditious manner. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
L'honorable député de Kingston and the Islands.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to present a petition on behalf of Canadians who are calling to the government's attention the impacts today in Canada from climate change, with specifically flooding, wildfires, and extreme temperatures. They're highlighting the fact that addressing climate change requires a dramatic reduction in greenhouse gas emissions to limit global warming. And they're also indicating and bringing to the attention the government's commitment to cap and trade cut emissions from the oil and gas sector to achieve net zero by 2050. They therefore call on the Government of Canada to move forward immediately with bold emissions caps for the oil and gas sector that are comprehensive in scope and realistic in nature, in achieving the necessary targets that Canada has set to reduce emissions by 2030. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Any further petitions? Seeing none. Questions on the order paper. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would ask that all. Mr. Speaker, I would ask that all questions be allowed to stand at this time, please.
Thank the honourable member. Order of the day. Resuming debate on.
Projet de loi émanant du gouvernement.
Government orders, government bills, commons. Resuming debate as second reading of Bill C-52, Enhancing Transparency and Accountability in the Transportation System Act. I'd like to apologize to the clerk. Resuming debate, the honourable member for Joliette. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm very enthusiastically rising to speak to Bill C-52. I would like to announce from the outset that the Bloc will support the bill so we can study it in greater depth at committee and possibly improve it. We understand that the bill attempts to solve various problems that have arisen in our airports since air traffic resumed. This is obviously a good thing because there's been no shortage of problems at our airports since the end of COVID-19. And this brings me to my first point, which has to do with service standards at airports and for airlines. I think the intentions here are good. We all remember, well, those of us who managed to get a federal passport to travel, we all remember the mess Canada's airports were in the summer of 2022. The government, we recall, refused to propose a plan to lift health restrictions. And why? Because rather than offer predictability to the public and to businesses, they preferred to continue to polarize the issue like the Conservatives did. As a result, when health restrictions were lifted on international travel, people rushed to airports and it resulted in chaos, flights being canceled and delayed, passengers caught sleeping on the airport floors, endless wait times at customs. And by the way, that's a federal responsibility. And all that, not to mention, of course, the appalling boarding times. Mr. Speaker, before experiencing all these problems, the Bloc had the right intuition. We warned the government that its charter of passenger rights was far from a silver bullet. Sad events have unfortunately proven us right. It has been clearly demonstrated that some companies would rather make more profits by selling more seats than their planes could even hold. They knew they wouldn't be able to keep their commitment, but they knew that many of the complaints would dry up before they ever got their day in court because of the endless delays. And in the absence of a severe punishment for these companies, some deliberately chose to be bad apples. The second key moment was last winter. There was a snowstorm that forced the cancellation of many flights. Now, of course, a snowstorm is nobody's fault. We're not going to accuse the government of controlling the weather. Especially, we're not going to give them credit for the good weather. But the fact remains that even if external events affect air travel, this shouldn't be an excuse for the airlines to absolve themselves of their responsibility to their customers, i.e. to provide them food when people are stuck waiting for hours, or hotel rooms and a return flight when customers get stuck, for example, in Mexico. Unfortunately, some airlines failed in their duties once again during that snow episode. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to refer to FlightAware for some of the data, and that they remind us that there were over 2,400 cancellations and delays between December 19th and January 4th of last year. Over 55% of Air Canada's flights were delayed over that period, but no company was perfect. A number of return flights from Mexico were canceled, and travelers got stuck there for several days, and we condemned the companies. We faulted the company for its incompetence. So there's also Via Rail. It's not just airlines, but Via Rail was singled out because passengers were stuck on a train for several hours. And there was even in one case where passengers were stuck on the train for a full day. So that's unacceptable. So after that second unacceptable incident, the Transport Committee took charge, and at the time, my esteemed colleague from Pierre Boucher Les Patriotes Verchères, he proposed a number of improvements to the passenger Bill of Rights. For example, shifting the burden of proof to the airlines, Secondly, correcting the reasons why a carrier is not obliged to offer compensation. 3, improve the complaints handling process to reduce delays. 4th, make transportation agency decisions public, because often we don't find out what the decision was based on for years afterwards. And 5th, the proposal was to increase fines for air carriers. These proposals were incorporated in the government's Bill C-32. But, Mr. Speaker, there was still one thing that remained to be done after C-32, and that was to ensure that airlines treat their customers with respect and dignity. I think that is the purpose of these service standards, to ensure that airlines treat people like human beings. For example, by offering them food when they're delayed and a hotel room to sleep in, instead of sleeping on the floor of the airport. So this is a step in the right direction. The only downside is that it doesn't force the government to set standards for the services it offers. As we know, some airport delays are caused by the federal government. The endless waits at customs and security because the federal government hasn't adequately staffed these positions, that's not the fault of the airlines or the airport authorities. So there are certain services that the federal government needs to step up around and lead by example and set the service standards for itself. That's what we're asking of the government today. It's one thing to impose standards on the airports and the airlines, but the government should set some standards for itself too. Mr. Speaker, my second point on this bill has to do with something completely different, the management of airport noise out of respect for people who live near airports. The bill requires airport authorities to set up a noise management committee, and this committee's mandate would be to deal with public complaints and inform the public of any changes affecting noise levels. The committee is made up of a representative of the airport authority, NAV Canada, a local elected municipal official, and an airlines representative. And the bill calls for the committee to meet at least 4 times a year in public. In practical terms, it's hard to say whether the committee will actually improve relations between airports and their neighbors. But we believe that this committee will facilitate communication. And we know there are many problems between airports and neighbors, people who live nearby, and these are often raised with members of parliament who represent these constituents. The committee won't be able to solve anything, but it will facilitate communication, which is why we welcome this change, this development. And this certainly affects my colleagues who represent constituencies that have airports in or near them, where people maybe hear flights landing and taking off all day long. But anyways, this is a step in the right direction. Mr. Speaker, another thing that we're happy to see is the establishment of GHG reduction targets for airports and ports. They don't escape this requirement. As you know, the bill requires municipalities to develop and adapt a 5-year plan for climate change adaptation measures, current and anticipated impacts of climate change on airport operations for airport authorities, and greenhouse gas reduction targets, means and changes in relation to the previously existing plan. So the authorities have to make these plans public, whether it's airport or port authorities. And given the importance of these infrastructures, we welcome this proposal. But this is a problem with this bill and in a number of other bills currently that the government has put forward. The problem is that the requirements airports have to meet will be determined by regulation, i.e. by the government, without being accountable to the House. or to us legislators. So it's impossible today to determine the effort airport authorities will be expected to make. In other words, the government is going to set rules later, and they'll do it alone without consultation. And so that's problematic. And what explains this? Well, probably it's the haste. They've gone a little forward a little too quickly on this before they could actually determine what the rules should be. So it looks good on paper, but the devil's in the details. And the details will only be known later through regulations. So we're skeptical. This isn't the first time the government has talked a good talk when it comes to the environment, but as we know, they've continued to subsidize the oil patch. They authorized Bay du Nord, and they financed the Trans Mountain expansion, and so on. So let's not be taken in. Another thing, Mr. Speaker, coming back to the bill. Another part of the bill deals with collecting information and processing complaints about accessibility of airports for people with disabilities. This is very important, clearly. And here again, the intentions are more than good. And in fact, this is in keeping with the Canada Accessibility Act's objective of eliminating barriers for people with disabilities by 2040, eliminating all barriers by 2040. We've all seen stories in the news of people with disabilities who are unable to get the services and support they needed. And this is very often accompanied by a lack of respect, the kind of respect everyone deserves. Every such situation is unacceptable, one is too many, and it's essential that things change. Let's hope C-52 will help improve the situation and that this kind of situation will never happen again. But once again, the problem is that the bill doesn't explicitly say what the government plans to do to improve the situation. Once again, it'll all depend on the regulations. So this is a problem that needs to be addressed. This bill gives the government the power to pass regulations without being accountable to the House. So once again, I'd like to criticize this way of doing things because passing laws that simply allow the minister to make regulations circumvents the spirit of Parliament's legislative function, and it doesn't allow us as elected representatives to adequately represent our constituents. And so I would officially request, Mr. Speaker, you who defend our rights and privileges here in the House, I ask, is this acceptable for the government to proceed in this fashion so often and doing everything through regulation rather than through legislation and thereby escaping the scrutiny of Parliament? As far as I'm concerned, that's an infringement of my rights and privileges. And obviously, when it's a minority government, the government can do whatever it likes. But once again, I think it's quite a serious question. It's a way of moving quickly and hiding unpopular details from public view. And, Mr. Speaker, this Bill C-52 is, once again, it's another thing that creates a lot of uncertainty for the industry. There's a lot that's made clear about the intent here, but nothing about the actual substance or the details of what might come out later in regulations. We should be able to discuss this. We should be able to discuss the timing. But we're basically forced now to trust the government to act in good faith. And this is a worrisome tendency, because when you concentrate power in the minister's hands, that too goes against the necessary separation of powers, which makes our democracy sound. So I think the government has to do its homework, and it would be better to proceed, legislate via laws rather than regulations. And there's another part of this bill that I'd like to talk about, and that is that the bill provides that airport authorities will have to report on diversity within senior management. Once again, the details will be defined. Does anyone know? Any guesses? Through regulation. Yes, right. Once again, through regulation. And when you look at what StatsCan has published, for example, in their report on diversity on boards of directors, you can see that inequalities persist, gender inequality, and also visible minorities. Visible minorities and women are underrepresented on boards of directors, and there are wage gaps as well. And StatsCan explains a number of factors that go into that, and that we have a duty to combat inequalities. We need to keep doing that. We need to keep up the fight. C-52 goes some of the way, part of the way. The intentions are good, but again, the details will only come out once the regulations are made. So, Mr. Speaker, there are a lot of other things I would like to address, including criticisms of Part 3 of the bill and changes to port fees. In Part 3 of the bill, there are amendments to the Canada Marine Act, for example, and changes to the fee structures. And there's a list of principles that are set out that port authorities have to abide by. And that part of the bill also deals with complaints that could be made under that part of the bill. So we have some things that we'd like to discuss at committee, some clarifications and so on. For example, there's a method of calculation that's referred to in Part 3. Well, we have questions about the need for that and the justification for that principle. And there's also point C that talks about fees, a reasonable level of the fees. And what we're concerned about here, Madam Speaker, is that could hinder investment and development of port infrastructure. And again, it's all about waiting for regulations to come out. So there's no details about who will set the fees, because it's all going to be determined once again by what? By regulation. So the government is saying let's pass this bill, and then we'll make all the decisions later through regulation. Is this incompetence or an effort to dodge scrutiny? We don't know, but it's regrettable either way. So we wouldn't want this bill to undermine competitiveness, and we will take the time we need to study it at committee. And another example is we're not convinced that the complaint the mechanism for handling complaints is the best solution. I'm sure my colleagues will delve into these issues in greater detail in future speeches, but I just wanted to say, Madam Speaker, that true to form, the Bloc Québécois will take the time it needs to study this bill at committee and to improve it, and our core concern will always be that this bill should be beneficial. It should improve the daily lives of Quebecers. That's always the angle we take. That wraps up my speech, Madam Speaker. Thank you.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Nepean.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I thank my honourable colleague for his speech. I have a question. He's, in fact, mentioned several times that the bill gives power to the minister for the regulation. Is it not a fact that that is how generally our constitution or our governance structure is designed, that the Act will provide a sort of guiding principles with the operational and implementation procedures are done through regulation? If we give powers to the Minister for Regulation, it allows the Minister to act, change, depending on the circumstance of the day. That's what I want to check with you.
L'honorable député de Joliette.
The Honourable Member for Joliette. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I thank my honourable colleague for his question and for his thoughts. Our parliamentary process rests on the trust we place in legislators, and legislators have to have trust in the government. What I'm criticizing is that the government is increasingly putting details and powers into matters that will be resolved through regulation. There's always been a certain amount of details to be determined through regulation later. What I'm seeing, however, is that this is on an upward trend. Regulations that are ill-intentioned can actually contravene the spirit of the law. For instance, in one piece of legislation, we were able to get around not using Barbados as a tax haven through regulation, and that's what I'm criticizing. Questions and comments. The Honourable Member from Montmagny, L'islay, Kamouraska, Rivière-du-Loup. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I was interested in hearing what my colleague said, saying that the government passes laws and then governs through regulation. The Bloc Québécois, and I would like the Bloc to answer this question, why is this Bloc supporting this government so often, especially on carbon tax part 2, or what we call the clean energy regulations? How is it that the Bloc keeps supporting the government in applying through regulation something that's harming Quebecers right now? People are having trouble. This party asked questions during question period, saying 872,000 people were using food banks every month. Does my colleague not agree that regulations on clean fuel lead to unfortunate consequences due to regulations due to this government supported by them? The Honourable Member for Joliette. I'm very pleased to have the question. It will allow me to correct something here. The publicity or the advertising that the Conservatives are paying for, they're talking about a Liberal NDP Bloc coalition, and it's not true. The Bloc never voted for a regulation. As I said in my speech, the government is the one that's using regulations. We voted against 2 terrible motions brought forward by the Conservative motions. They always write it so that every other party votes against it. Madam Speaker, the member is heckling and is preventing me from answering. Now, we're asking polluters to reduce their emissions, and then I see that my time is up, but I would be happy to correct more false statements later. Once members have asked a question, they need to wait rather than trying to add on while the honourable member has the floor. Questions and comments.
Merci, Madame la Présidente, et merci à...
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you to my colleague for raising their party's concerns about this bill. I would like to focus on the air transportation sector. It affects many Canadians, many Quebecers. They are frustrated that the government has part of the passenger fees and is not taking the opportunity to stand up to airline companies who exploit passengers, put them in difficult situations without compensating them, without treating them fairly. Has my colleague reflected on this? The Honourable Member for Joliette. Yes, Madam Speaker, I thank my honourable colleague for her important question and for her indignation on behalf of passengers in the face of airlines that behave in such a way. When there is a commercial transaction for services such as a flight, one is entitled to receive good service. When it's not the case, federal legislation is flawed. I would like to refer to my colleague's work on the Transportation Committee. My other colleagues also want to work to make sure that this gets changed. With current legislation, big businesses that work in the airline industry almost have an incentive to say, well, I'm going to take more risk to maximize profits, because when I've sold too many spots on the plane, what are the consequences? The consumer by themselves has to start a process with the agency and wait for quite a long time to possibly get a positive response. So this flawed legislation means that airline companies are taking too many risks. That has to change. Let's work together to do it. The Honourable Member for Drummond. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I thank my colleague and congratulate him. In an earlier answer that he gave to my colleague from Montmagny, he didn't get to finish, and I thought his answer was interesting. It would have allowed my Conservative colleagues to learn more about the real facts about the carbon pricing system. He talked about how it was false that this increase was leading to increased costs at the pump by 17 or 20 cents a litre. It changes depending on who's talking. I'd like to hear his answer on that and invite my colleague from Montmagny to carefully listen to the answer. The Honourable Member for Joliette. Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. The government's regulation, which the Bloc never voted for and never will vote for or against because it's a regulation, the industry needs to reduce greenhouse gas emissions. The government's officials calculated that this represented the equivalent of a cost that could be 17 cents. If that regulation were not applied, Quebec would have about the same regulation or perhaps more severe regulation, so it would apply to Quebec as well. After that, the government, to justify this requirement, gave dozens, or rather tens of thousands of dollars in incentives to reduce emissions. Then, if we look at the extraction of oil in the West, the price fluctuates on the New York Stock Exchange. So does the government's regulation do enough to actually impact the cost of oil in New York? I am not persuaded of this. The Honourable Member for Nepean.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The Honourable Member mentioned about the requirement to disclose the diversity on the boards of airport authorities and senior management. Few years back, we passed a Bill C-25 on the public corporations that they should disclose their diversity policies in their annual communication to stakeholders. In that, there also, we delegated the responsibility to the minister to form regulation which actually defined diversity, which included indigenous people, women, visible minority, and people with disabilities. So does he not think that this also can apply here?
A brief answer, the Honourable Member for Joliette. Yes, I think that's interesting. The goal is at the end that we have equivalent representation to what we see among the public and in various positions of power. So what I propose is that we need to get to the intended goal. But when we go through regulation, it goes beyond the control of committees and legislators by simply trusting the government. So I want to minimize that type of decision-making.
Debate, the Honourable Member for Port Moody, Coquitlam.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And this bill is timely as I stand today to speak on behalf of my community, Port Moody, Coquitlam, Anmore, and Belcarra, as well as Port Coquitlam, who recently petitioned this government with the following ask as it relates to the Vancouver Airspace Modernization Project. I'll read it, Madam Speaker. They call upon the Minister of Transport to prepare an independent environmental assessment of the noise and emissions impacts of the proposed flight paths, including recommendations for minimizing such impacts prior to the proposed changes taking place. This environmental assessment should be based on the latest global research, and recommendations for noise and emissions limits should be independent of NAV Canada and should be made public when completed. The Minister responded to my constituents with this, and I read it. Aircraft noise is a complicated and often difficult issue faced by airport authorities and communities around the world, and it is essential that the public has the opportunity to provide their feedback on potential changes. I agree with that, Madam Speaker. He goes on to say that that is why the Government of Canada put forward Bill C-52, which, if passed, would create a process for airports to notify and consult the public on changes to airport design that could affect aircraft noise. The Minister went on to say that Transport Canada previously worked with Canadian airports and NAV Canada to develop a voluntary protocol for the aviation industry entitled Airspace Change Communication and Consultation Protocol that was published in 2015. This protocol amplified the aviation's industry commitment to include environmental considerations to communicate and consult with communities. Well, I'm here to tell the government that the voluntary protocol did not meet the standards of consultation in my community. I was at NAVCAN's on-site community consultation in Coquitlam earlier this year in regards to the Vancouver Airspace Modernization Project, and I can tell you that the room was not set up to be disability or age-friendly. It was difficult to navigate the information boards, and there was not enough staff to answer important questions from residents. In addition, even the City of Coquitlam did not know about the consultation event, and the two mayors who border the City of Coquitlam knew nothing about it and wrote letters to NAV Canada asking for more detail about the flight plans and more time for their residents to provide feedback. I, too, wrote a letter to NAVCAN letting them know the consultation process was inadequate and asked them to agree to an additional extended consultation process. They did not agree to this, Madam Speaker. This is an example of how the voluntary protocol is not working for people. So this bill focuses on improving accountability and improving transparency. Well, that is certainly needed based on the experience of people in my community. And that is why the NDP support this bill moving on to committee stage. But while better data collection, reporting, and committee process are a step forward in the bill, C-25 does little to establish standards or enforce accountability to protect people or the environment. This can be seen in how the bill plans to address airplane noise. Canada air traffic has increased significantly over the past decade, and industry observers forecast this will only increase as passengers and cargo numbers at Canadian airports continue to increase. The current approach of a performance-based navigation will not be sufficient and has had the effect of exposing previously unaffected residential areas to new air traffic. This led to complaints from some neighborhoods that had not previously lived under flight paths and were unaccustomed to dealing with the noise or the public health impacts. More direct flight routes and official arrival and departure procedures are here. They're here with us now. And with a goal to improve airspace efficiency and safety, reduce greenhouse gas emissions where possible, we must also reduce exposure to aircraft noise in residential areas. The government needs to get serious about regulating and enforcing these impacts based on science. That is why the government needs to expand the representation on their noise management committee to include a local public health official, as noise pollution can affect and impact population health. Canadians who live near high-traffic airports face disturbances at all hours due to flight noise. According to research compiled by the World Health Organization, excess noise can have harmful health effects, including increased risk to IHD and hypertension, sleep disturbance, hearing impairment, tinnitus, and cognitive impairment, with increasing evidence for other health impacts such as adverse birth outcomes and mental health problems. As a result, Canadians impacted by airport noise deserve to see the science of any changes made to airplane noise around them. The NDP would go further than this bill does to initially propose and implement the World Health Organization standard on noise around large Canadian airports, make Transport Canada's existing data on airport noise public, and improve data collection on ground-level airport noise, all of which were recommended in the Transport Committee's 2019 report entitled Assessing the Impact of Aircraft Noise in the Vicinity of Major Canadian Airports. Noise pollution must be addressed by international standards, but so too must accessibility for persons with disabilities who continue to be impacted by barriers in transportation. There is no more high-profile example of this than last week, when the wheelchair of the Chief Accessibility Officer did not accompany her on her flight home from Ottawa. She was left without her essential mobility device. There are so many stories like this, Madam Speaker. Persons with disabilities being disrespected, disregarded, degraded, and put in dangerous situations because there is no accountability for the failures of industry. Too many persons have had similar experiences across Canada, showing how ill-equipped air transportation is in dealing with accessibility concerns. It is my hope that this high-profile incident will finally make change and that persons with disabilities who want to travel will get the respect and accommodation they deserve. The Auditor General of Canada published a report in March 2023 entitled Accessible Transportation for Persons with Disabilities. It examined the accessibility of federally regulated transportation services, such as planes and trains for people with disabilities. There were a few key findings from that report that we need to look at. Of the 2.2 million persons with disabilities who used federally regulated transportation in 2019 and 2020, 63% faced a barrier. When these barriers are not tracked, there is no accountability and no action to correct it. That's what we're seeing. It was also found that the Canadian Transportation Agency had insufficient tools and enforcement staff to address barriers. This is seen from the statistics that 31% of CATSA managers and executives didn't take the time to complete mandatory disability training. This training is essential and must be taken serious by industry leadership, and they will need legislation to do it, because they've shown they won't do it on their own. Right now, the Canadian Transportation Agency does not have the authority to require transportation service providers to provide complaint data on accessibility regularly either. It can do so only in limited and specific circumstances. The AG report found that this limits the ability to fully understand the total number and nature of complaints and thus identify and address potential barriers to accessible transportation. For example, when a wheelchair is damaged, a complaint can be lodged with the transportation service provider and, if necessary, with the agency. However, when complaints are submitted only to the transportation service provider, the agency is not made aware. There's no regulation that enforces that. Therefore, it does not know the full extent of the issues faced by persons with disabilities. In contrast, the same Canadian airlines traveling to U.S. destinations must report accessibility performance indicators such as changes to mobility aids, such as damages to mobility aids, to the U.S. Department of Transportation. Complaint data is one of the key sources of information that flags discrimination and problem experiences by travelers with disabilities. Not having the authority to access this information regularly limits the agency's ability to more strategically select the accessible transportation for persons with disabilities regulation provisions to inspect. This also creates an additional risk that the agency is not focusing its limited resources on the areas of the highest risk and those discriminatory barriers. Recently, the Canadian Transportation Agency ruled the country's largest airlines need to do more to accommodate passengers with mobility devices. A consultation process with the disability community regarding the proposed accessibility regulation in this Act must be the standard we have for all transportation systems. This should also include a new accountability process for accessibility complaints to include current outstanding complaints to be heard, addressed, and monitored for changes to be implemented. And they must meet international standards. The last point I want to touch on today is air travel post-pandemic. The pandemic has exposed deep underlying issues in Canada's air transportation sector that have resulted in chaos during this summer 2022 and holiday 2022-2023 travel seasons. Airlines have come under fire for poor planning and trying to rebound too quickly to maximize profits. This has resulted in Canadians sleeping on airport floors, being stranded abroad, and Toronto Pearson Airport being ranked as one of the worst airports in the world for delays. This legislation would provide regulation-making authority requiring improved service standards. This government said in its briefing on this bill to the stakeholders, and I'm going to quote, regulations developed would establish the services that require a service standard, but the intent is not for the regulations to establish specific target metrics. Why not, Madam Speaker? The NDP supports stronger collaboration and service standards for all aspects of air travel. However, those service standards should be developed and implemented by the government to ensure consistency across the sector and to ensure that airlines and airports are not left to regulate themselves. We have seen that when left in their own hands, companies will take shortcuts, do minimal work to make a change, and put profits before people. And New Democrats would add, if this government wants to truly address delays and inconsistencies in the air travel sector, it should take steps to improve working conditions for airport screening officers by ending contract flipping and support training programs. The NDP agrees establishing service standards for air sector providers is important. However, the government should ensure those standards are consistent across the sector and serve the best interest of workers and travelers. In summary, New Democrats want changes to this bill that will positively impact those who are affected by airplane noise and pollution, for those who use air travel, including passengers with disabilities, and we want established guidelines for how the new data sharing provisions will be used to affect positive changes in the sector. And government must strengthen the content of airport climate plans to ensure emissions targets are consistent with international commitments to the Canadian Net Zero Emissions Accountability Act. I close by saying that the proposed act requires airport authorities to prepare climate change plans using international standards, but has no similar requirement for noise or accessibility. This feels discriminatory, Madam Speaker. So I ask why. That needs to be corrected. Additional accountability is needed in this bill by adding that airport noise committees must evaluate noise complaints in a manner consistent with recognized international standards, and complaints relating to accessibility must be evaluated in a manner consistent with recognized international standards. We cannot leave this to a private cabinet meeting to fix. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Nepean.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The honourable member mentioned about the airport noise and the noise complaint process. In my riding of Nepean, we have the problem of the low-flying small aircraft, basically from a flying club. This act does not deal with the noise generated by the small aircraft which fly at a very low level. The data of which is again controlled by NAV Canada, which the residents of my riding don't have access to. Does she agree that, if possible, an amendment must be made at during the committee to include the noise pollution that is caused by the small aircraft and by the flying clubs, and the complaint redemption process should be much more easier for the residents of the locality who are being affected. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member for Port Moody Coquitlam.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank the honourable member for the question. And I would say that this government, the Liberal government, needs to take into consideration the science. We do need to make sure that those that are potentially affected, their public health, their health is affected by noise pollution, and any other kind of pollution needs to be taken serious. This government has a lot of work to do to protect the health of Canadians. This is just one of the ways.
Questions and comments? The honourable member Pitt Meadows, Maple Ridge.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Canadian travellers are very frustrated with the wait times, lost luggage, cancellations, vacations ruined, and the Liberal solution here seems to be more regulation, more red tape. And we have, for example, the airport in Toronto, the Pearson International Airport, which is Canada's busiest airport. It ranks the second worst in all of North America as far as efficiencies and delays. I'm wondering if the member could answer that after 8 years of this Prime Minister, everything is broken.
The honourable member for Port Moody Coquitlam.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank my neighbour to the east in British Columbia for the question. What we know for sure is that greedy corporations are putting profits before people. It's driving a number of these problems. If I think about persons with disabilities, this is an area that we know about, that corporations know about, and they've done nothing to correct. So I say until we start regulating, because corporations are not going to regulate themselves, that we are not going to get change, and that regulation needs to be done thoughtfully and in consultation with our communities. That's why the NDP would like to see this bill go to committee so that we can hear from people.
Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député de Joliette.
The member for Joliette. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank and commend the honourable member for her speech. I will begin by a comment before going to my question. Perhaps, if the bill was improved in committee, that means that the legislative clerks have a vision of what can be brought in terms of amendments to improve this bill. So I really think the scope of this bill can't really be enlarged too much. So here's my question. This bill calls on the government to define everything by regulation later. She referred to that in the speech, and I would like to hear her expand on that. Is it acceptable that the government says, trust us, we'll look after everything, and we're not going to consult you? Thank you.
For Port Moody Coquitlam.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I really appreciate the question, because when we're talking about human rights, let's talk about the human rights of persons with disabilities. We can't leave that outside of regulation or outside of legislation. We can't. And we know that there's international standards of how persons with disabilities should be respected and treated, and their human rights upheld in the transportation industry. So I think that it's fairly obvious, and I'm surprised the Liberals didn't see it, that this bill can't be discriminatory. Thank you.
Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Elmwood Transcona.
Thank you very much, and thank you to my colleague for all her advocacy in this place for people living with disabilities. I know that was an important theme of her speech, and sometimes we don't get enough time in this place to make all of the points we would like to make. So I wonder if there's a little bit more that she'd like to be able to say about people living with disabilities and access to transportation that she didn't have an opportunity to say in her original speech.
Member for Port Moody Coquitlam.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank the member for the question because, yes, I would like to just say a little bit about ground transportation because that's not covered in this bill, but I can say that when persons with disabilities travel, it's not just the airline or the train that they need to spend excessive amounts of time trying to plan for, they also need ground transportation. And in Canada, this is not always available to them. They can't always actually get accessible transportation when they land at their destination, whether it's in an airport or in a train station. So I would say that more work needs to be done on accommodating and equity in travel, not just in airplanes and boats and on the rail. Thanks so much.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I want to particularly thank my colleague for Port Moody, Coquitlam, for bringing a focus back on treatment of travelers dealing with disabilities. It's an important point, but also to the member for Nepean, I think we may have the beginning of an aircraft noise caucus to take amendments forward on Bill C-52. We need to do much more. There are serious health impacts from aircraft noise. So I'll add Saanich Gulf Islands in, and I think almost every member of parliament will have constituents who basically have their quality of life reduced to almost nothing from repeated low flights over their homes. I certainly, in my constituency, I've tried with NAVCAN, I've tried with Transport Canada, I've tried with various airport authorities to get some relief for constituents. I look forward to bringing forward amendments, and I thank the member for Port Moody, Coquitlam, for bringing that focus to her speech.
The honourable member for Port Moody, Coquitlam.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank the member for her comments. And certainly a noise pollution caucus is a good idea. And as it relates to airlines, I think that we would get a lot of community input from that. I wanted to just highlight just the amount and increase in cargo traffic. We have a lot. We live in a society now where people want things delivered to them from across the world in a day. And this means that more air traffic needs to be flying around. And then I also think about in BC alone, where we're shipping crab and we're shipping cherries overseas more and more because we can get such a great price for it. They go by air, and I think that we're just in for more and more noise pollution as it relates to air. And I think that we need to get, as the member said, maybe a caucus together to advance some of these new regulations.
And comments, the honourable member for Nepean.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The honourable member mentioned about the diversity clauses in the Act. My question is that is she happy with the way the clause has been worded, and does she thinks that any changes are required in that?
Or Port Moody, Coquitlam.
Thank you very much. And I don't necessarily want to preempt what witnesses say when they come to committee. So this is an area that I always like to hear from witnesses and the community first. So I will leave that open, but I will reiterate my ask that there be a public health official at least on the advisory committee. And then I would also add, since our local municipalities did not know about the consultation for the Vancouver project, that maybe we could also have some representation from either municipal politicians or even staff within a municipality. Thank you.
Brief question, the honourable member for Joliette. Thank you, Madam Speaker. We remember the sad events in the airports in summer 2022, people who had to sleep on the floor, who had no access to food or water. And we might also remember last Christmas what happened with the big storm and all the consequences. So according to my colleague, to date, is this bill enough to prevent such situations from reoccurring? Thank you.
From the honourable member for Port Moody, Coquitlam.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And my colleague from Skeena-Bulkley Valley has been doing a lot of work around this exact topic, been advocating for better rules and responsibilities for corporations and airports around passenger safety and passenger customer service, I guess we would say. So I think there's a lot of work to do here. I would leave it with my colleague from Skeena-Bulkley Valley, who's been doing incredible work in this space. Thank you.
Reprise de débat, resuming debate. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of National Revenue.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I want to begin by acknowledging that I'm speaking to you today from the traditional territory of the Algonquin and the Anishinaabe peoples. I'm happy to speak today, Madam Speaker, about Bill C-52, which aims to enhance transparency and accountability in Canada's transportation system. One essential element of this proposed legislation is the Air Transportation Accountability Act. Now, since the pandemic, Madam Speaker, air transportation in Canada and around the world has faced many, many challenges on its path to recovery. It's become quite clear that new measures are needed to support the sector in meeting the needs of all Canadians. And Madam Speaker, I've heard from so many of my constituents, from stakeholders on all sides of this, to hear their feedback and to learn about the challenges that they've been struggling with as they try to get around across Canada and the world. Now, while Canada's not alone in this, the increased number of flight delays and cancellations over the past 2 years have impacted way too many Canadians. That, combined with other congestion challenges, such as long lineups and lost luggage, has made it clear that there is a need for increased oversight of our transportation system. By improving accountability and transparency in the air sector, we can really build a stronger and more resilient system with improved services to Canadians when they travel by air. This bill includes many provisions for improving our transportation system. But today, Madam Speaker, I want to focus on the 5 types of new requirements it would establish related to transparency and accountability in Canada's air sector. Under the proposed legislation, the Minister of Transport would gain the ability to make regulations requiring airports and air service providers to establish and to report on service standards in relation to flights and flight-related services at airports. Airports would be required to comply with a formalized consultation and notice process around aircraft noise. Air operators and others would be required to provide information to the Minister of Transport on request, and airports would be required to develop climate change mitigation and adaptation plans and report on diversity amongst their senior management. Each of these new requirements, in its own way, would help us to increase accountability and transparency in Canada's air transportation system, the ultimate objective being to make sure that Canadians are able to travel safely and efficiently across our country and across the world. This bill, Madam Speaker, would also enable the creation of regulations requiring air operators to create, implement, and report on service standards. This would offer many improvements to transparency and accountability in Canada's air sector. The proposed regulations would specify which services require standards. Air sector entities would be expected to develop targets for those standards so that they can be tailored to their individual circumstances. The regulations would also set criteria to establish which airports would be subject to these requirements. And as we've seen, Madam Speaker, we need to have a cut to the challenge approach and make sure that all of our services and all of these regulations are targeted towards addressing the challenges of each unique issue as is faced across the country. Reporting on these service standards would show Canadians what level of service they can expect from the different service providers in the air transportation system. This would provide Canadians with more certainty about what to expect when they fly. This should incentivize operators to improve service and tailor their operations and their communications to better meet the travelers' needs. It would help operators understand where there are challenges in the system and work together to fix them. Noise management, as we heard from the member from Sanish Gulf Islands, has always been a challenge for airports and the communities around them. And that's why we're proposing to introduce a standardized process for noise management at busy airports, meaning airports which have at least 60,000 annual aircraft movement. Currently, this would include Toronto Pearson, Vancouver, Montreal Trudeau, Calgary, Edmonton, and Winnipeg. Madam Speaker, sometimes when I am flying from Ottawa to Pearson, oftentimes when I look down, I can sometimes see my own house as we fly over it into Pearson Airport. The proposed legislation would require airport operators to establish a noise management committee with representation from the airport, air navigation, aircraft operators, and local municipalities. This would provide members of the public with a clear point of contact by which they can express any concerns regarding aircraft noise. When changes are proposed to temporarily alter flight paths or airspace design, the party proposing these would be required to formally notify the local community. For permanent changes, there would also be a requirement to consult local residents, giving them the opportunity to make their voices heard. I know my constituents would greatly appreciate that. By providing Canadians with additional clarity around noise procedures, this change would also improve communication and enhance transparency at major airports to ensure that local community is appropriately informed about proposed changes. Information is key to a well-functioning and efficient transportation system, Madam Speaker. Bill C-52 would enable the Minister of Transport to require air industry operators to provide information that is not already included in regular data reporting requirements on an as-needed basis. This would enable Transport Canada to make more informed decisions to support improvements in air travel. For example, during crises, this new power would help the federal government to better manage disruptions. This would complement measures recently introduced under the Budget Implementation Act 2023, number 1, regarding sharing data. Madam Speaker, to strengthen and standardize our airport's climate action, Bill C-52 would support Canada's environmental agenda by requiring certain airports to develop and publish 5-year climate change mitigation and adaptation plans. This would include a greenhouse gas emission reduction target. These plans would describe the current and anticipated impacts of climate change on the airport and set out an action plan for their intended response. This requirement would apply to airports that have had more than 4 million annual passengers over the last 3 years, which currently includes Toronto Pearson, Vancouver, Montreal Trudeau, and Calgary. We expect more airports to reach this threshold within the next few years as traffic returns to pre-pandemic levels. Under Canada's Aviation Climate Action Plan, Transport Canada and other departments will work together with Canadian airport authorities to support and advance their decarbonization efforts. The impacts of climate change are more apparent than ever, and more needs to be done. We know that climate change mitigation is important to Canadians. These requirements would ensure that Canada's largest airport authorities are transparent about their environmental impact and also accountable for their emissions. Another issue, Madam Speaker, that we know is important to Canadians is equity, diversity, and inclusion. Ensuring greater transparency in the air sector will help us address long-standing equity, diversity, and inclusion challenges. Under the proposed provisions, federally incorporated airport authorities would be required to annually report on diversity among their directors and senior management. This would help encourage these entities to ensure that their directors and senior management are reflective of Canadian society and that their reporting is consistent with other corporations. I am proud, Madam Speaker, to support this bill in its efforts to encourage our air sector to be more reflective of the diversity of Canadian society. Not only do we need to reflect the diversity of Canadian society, but also to incorporate the lived experiences of diverse communities and use those experiences in ensuring that we are providing service delivery in our air sector in an efficient, in an accessible, and an accurate manner for all Canadians. By encouraging the players within the sector to be more transparent and to be more accountable, Bill C-52 would ensure that Canadians can continue to rely on our system now and into the future, regardless of what disruptions may come. This is why I'm asking my honourable colleagues to support Bill C-52 and the measures it includes to improve accountability and transparency in Canada's transportation system. These changes would encourage the further development of an air transportation system that is socially and environmentally responsible, strong and...
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought the honourable member has finished her sentence, but I do have to interrupt. But the honourable member will have 8 minutes and 45 seconds the next time this matter is before the House. It being comme il est 13h30,
It being 1:30, the House will now proceed to the consideration of private members' business as indicated on the order paper.
L'ordre du jour. Resuming consideration at second reading of Bill S-205, an act to amend the criminal code and to make consequential amendments to another act, interim release and domestic violence recognizance orders, standing in the name of Ms. Dancho.
Honorable Député de Joliette.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Joliette. Thank you, Madam Speaker. As was said on September 21st by the member for Rivière-du-Nord, and as my colleague and friend, the honourable member for Saint-Jean, will say in a few minutes, the Bloc Québécois will be supporting Bill S-205 and would like to see it sent to committee. Our position is consistent with initiatives to strengthen mechanisms to better link the justice system with public safety, in particular to better protect victims of domestic violence. Madam Speaker, the main purpose of Bill S-05 is to amend the criminal code to require a judge making a decision on the interim release of an accused person to ensure that the prosecutor has consulted the victim on their safety needs. That means enabling the judge to order the wearing of a monitoring device, commonly known order.
Sortir s'ils veulent avoir des discussions, peut-être aller dans le lobby pour pas des...
I would invite people to take their conversations into the lobby so as not to disrupt the proceedings here. The honourable member for Joliette. Thank you, Madam Speaker. As I was saying, enabling the judge to order the wearing of a monitoring device, commonly known as a tracking bracelet, at the request of the prosecution, and make it easier for the victim to obtain a copy of the order against the accused, and require the judge to confirm with the prosecutor that the victim has indeed been made aware. Allow the victim to report her abuser if she has reasonable grounds to fear for her physical integrity or that of her child. If the fear is justified, the judge can then impose a recognizance that the accused cannot refuse on penalty of imprisonment. It would also give the judge the power to set the conditions of commitment for good conduct by imposing, for example, follow-up, moving to a region other than that of the person who reported the crime, refraining from frequenting a specific place, refraining from communicating directly or indirectly with a child, the person who reported the crime, or their child, or a relative or a close associate of the person who reported the crime. Would also allow the judge to prohibit the abuser from consulting social media or using drugs, alcohol, or other intoxicating substances, and require the abuser to provide a sample to ensure compliance. And finally, it would allow the person reporting the crime to provide written arguments to help the judge determine the conditions of the recognizance. Madam Speaker, Bill S-205 has three main components. One, the requirement to consult the victim prior to a release order with conditions. Number two, the introduction of the notion of domestic violence, on the basis of which a victim may request that the accused enter into a recognizance to keep the peace. And this is to be found in sections 810 et sec of the Criminal Code. And third, emphasis on the victim's version of events, which may influence the choice of conditions to which the accused will be subject under the recognizance. Bill S-205 broadens the scope of section 810 of the Criminal Code, which empowers the court to order recognizance of good conduct when the victim fears that the accused will cause harm to his or her physical integrity or material property, or that of their child or intimate partner. Parents and close relatives are also eligible. It should be remembered that release, with or without conditions, allows an accused to be released into the community while awaiting trial. Madam Speaker, in Quebec and in Canada, the criminal law has a duty to punish crimes and protect the public. With the increase in women getting killed and the increase in domestic violence, we need to strengthen mechanisms that protect victims, their children, and their loved ones. This means modernizing the criminal code, and Bill S-205 is a step in this direction. More specifically, the criminal code sets out the conditions under which it would be warranted to detain an accused person pending trial. The decision whether or not to remand a person in custody while awaiting trial depends on a number of factors specific to each situation. When it's in the public interest to keep an accused person in custody, it's important to realize that the accused is being deprived of the exercise of fundamental rights. These fundamental rights include the presumption of innocence and the right to life, liberty, and security of the person. Allowing victims to be more involved in the court process that affects them is a commendable step, and the Bloc wholeheartedly supports it. Victims should not have to run through an obstacle course to get justice. This bill will help reduce obstacles a victim may encounter, which may encourage victims to take the bold step of filing a complaint. Madam Speaker, the Bloc will always stand up for women and victims of domestic violence. Every victim is one too many. Quebec is one of the most avant-garde nations when it comes to protecting victims of domestic and intimate partner violence. In fact, the Quebec Department of Justice is rolling out a Quebec-wide project for the wearing of tracking bracelets. By December 2022, more than 650 offenders will be wearing these bracelets or anklets. It should be remembered that these offenders have been prosecuted for offenses under the jurisdiction of the Quebec incarceration system. Those under federal jurisdiction, i.e. in penitentiaries, are not subject to the same conditions. So it's time to come full circle and allow all offenders on release to be subject to the same restrictions. If passed, these amendments will represent added value for victims, particularly women who are victims of intimate partner violence. The justice system needs to be more efficient and transparent, not only to facilitate the court process and the long-term effects on victims and their families, particularly at the time of a decision on release. This also strengthens the public's confidence in the justice system so that no one who's the victim of a crime will hesitate to report those crimes to the police. The statistics show a rise in feminicide and domestic violence. Between 2009 and 2019, there was a 7.5% increase. The idea is we want to bring these numbers down, but they're going in the opposite direction. So as a parliament, it's our responsibility to try to help reverse this terrible trend. The reality on the ground highlights shortcomings in the status quo. Many victims are still afraid of their offenders, even when the offender's behind bars. An initiative that helps to improve the victim's experience of the court system and to provide them greater peace of mind right from the start when they file a complaint, any such initiative is to be welcomed. The bill may have some loopholes that could jeopardize some certain fundamental rights, like the requirement to provide biological samples to prove compliance with recognizance. And this is something the committee will have to take a closer look at. However, the Bloc Québécois, I said this already and I'll say it again, the Bloc unequivocally supports the principle of this bill. It's a laudable principle that the purpose is to make our communities safer, and that's a win-win situation for all Quebecers. A greater sense of security in the community strengthens the well-being of a nation. Finally, at committee, as we said, and as we'll say again, the Bloc will work constructively in order to improve this bill. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Reprise de débat, the honourable member North Island Powell River.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm here today to speak on Bill S-205. This bill will amend the criminal code with respect to interim release and other orders related to intimate partner violence and offences. It's a critical step towards addressing the pressuring issues around intimate partner and gender-based violence in Canada. Madam Speaker, we know that in this country, intimate partner violence has a long history, one that so many in our communities have fought hard to stop. And there's a lot of processes in place, but we know that a lot of those nonprofits that do tremendous work in keeping women, gender diverse, and children safe, they struggle to make ends meet just to get those services done. And it does tell us as a country that we have to continue to reflect on the impact that these communities are facing as we see that so many women and gender diverse people come forward to talk about the offenses that are happening to them from their partners and have so little voice to be able to fight back. I've talked to a lot of women across my riding, a lot of people from gender diverse communities who talk about doing what they can, and again, having to, on their own will, fight and fight and fight. And we saw, especially during the pandemic, more and more women and gender diverse people locked into situations that were incredibly violent. And when they were in that isolated status, not being able to come forward, feeling very unsafe. And as we hit this significant housing crisis across the country, we know this is having a big impact on intimate partner violence. And so this bill takes a step. There's some concerns that we'll be dealing with when it gets to committee, but it takes a step, I think, in the right direction to start to move us forward. So just so the constituents back home in North Island Powell River understand what this allows, it allows judges to consider whether the accused should wear an electric monitoring device as a condition of their interim release. And this is important. We know that in the USA, 23 states have started to use this format, and they've seen a decrease in violence. Madam Speaker, this is incredibly important because, of course, one of the things that is a challenge is women and gender diverse people are always trying to explain to the police, to the RCMP, what's happening. And proving it is really a struggle. So having this in place will make a huge difference in allowing those voices to be heard and understood without having to feel like you're fighting against a system that isn't interested in protecting you when you are a survivor of intimate partner violence. It also requires a judge to ask the prosecutor about whether an accused intimate partner has been consulted about their safety and security needs. Now, this may seem very basic to so many across this country, but we know it's not happening. We know again and again that the people who survive intimate partner violence are often put in a situation where they're having to interact with the person who abused them repeatedly. And they have very little support from the system at this point. And that leads to a lot of violence and sometimes death. And I think that's why this is so important. We have to make sure that when situations arise in this country and somebody is victimized, when they move forward to challenge that there's actually processes in place that put into consideration their safety and their security. And we know that is not the case, and so many have come forward bravely sharing their story, and we know that it often results in fundamental loss of rights. Sometimes people who are victimized, who are survivors, have no choice but to go back to the person who hurt them. And we need to stop that, and this is an important step in doing that. It also reestablishes a new type of reconnaissance order for survivors, which, if granted, would allow the judge to impose conditions including electronic monitoring and a treatment or domestic violence counseling program. Again, we have to find systems in our country where we don't put the onus on the person who's suffering the consequences of somebody else's violence. We have to say, there's a system in place. We won't allow you to carry this on your own. So this is a step in the right direction. We know, Madam Speaker, that across this country, every 6 days a woman is killed by her intimate partner. Every 6 days. So this is a crisis, and one that we haven't taken seriously enough. And this is a small step, but hopefully we'll get there soon. I want to say that across my riding, there's a lot of organizations that do very diligent and hard work to support people who experience intimate partner violence. And it's really incredibly important. I want to thank the Powell River and Regional Transition House Society, the Comox Valley Transition Society, the North Island Crisis and Counseling Center, and the Campbell River and North Island Transition Society. These organizations do tremendous work in the regions that they serve, and they do a lot to build awareness, to showcase. They have, in some cases, housing that is available and secondary housing. One of the things, of course, that's very concerning is we see people fleeing violence, getting the help that they need, but there's no second stage housing for them. And I would say that in rural and remote communities, this can become a bigger challenge. So we need to make sure that those resources are put in place and that these organizations are given the resources that they need and not always having to do so much fundraising on top of the amazing work that they do. And that's why I think it's important, Madam Speaker, to mention that $150 million has been cut by the Liberal government from 600 women's shelters across this country. If we're serious about protecting women, gender diverse, and children of our country, we have to put these dollars in the system so that people can be cared for. So hopefully we'll see that change really quickly. Madam Speaker, I can't talk about violence against women and gender diverse people in this country without talking about the murdered and missing Indigenous women and girls and gender diverse people. We know that at this point, only 2 of the recommendations of the 231 calls to justice from the National Inquiry into Missing Murdered Indigenous Women, Girls, and Gender Diverse People have been implemented, and I think we need to do a lot better. And this leads me to a quote, Madam Speaker. Sarah Naman, from Legal Counsel and Assistant Manager, Legal Services from the Native Women's Association of Canada, said this about the bill. Bill S-205 seeks to provide violence victims something of a voice. This bill places the onus on the criminal justice system to check in with the victims, consider their safety through the proceedings, and procedure outcomes that consider their safety. Bill S-205 does not create a response specifically tailored to Indigenous women, but it does create a framework for them to be seen and heard in a system that otherwise does not. So, Madam Speaker, it's very clear. There is still incredible work that needs to be done, particularly for Indigenous women, girls, and Two-Spirit. And again, if this country is really fundamentally committed to things like feminist principles, nonviolence, and reconciliation, making sure that these populations are honored and respected in these processes has to happen. And of course, one of the key things that has been asked for again and again is for the red dress alert. We need to have Indigenous women, girls, and Two-Spirit people found when they go missing. They need to be treated like every other Canadian, and that means that they do need a red dress alert, because we know that population in particular goes missing without any accountability. And I want to thank, in my writing, the Indigenous Women's Sharing Society and the Little Red Dress Campaign. Both of these organizations work diligently on bringing forward these voices, telling the stories, and letting our region know about missing Indigenous women and girls and Two-Spirit people. They work diligently every day, and I'm so grateful to that commitment. If it wasn't for these folks that come up every day and continue to fight, the voices would not be heard. So I'm really glad to be here in Parliament, reminding everyone, if we're serious about reconciliation, the red dress alert must be implemented. So thank you, Madam Speaker. I look forward to seeing this move to committee, and hopefully we'll have some positive changes that reflect the needs of this country. Thank you.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat, the honourable member for Yorkton Melville.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm grateful for this opportunity to add to what I hope are meaningful words on today's bill. How we in this place can act to prevent intimate partner violence is an issue that has impacted my personal work here over these 8 years. I know it concerns all members in this place. Statistics Canada reports that in 2021, 537 women per 100,000 people were victims of domestic violence. Intimate partner violence accounts for almost 1/3 of the crimes committed in Canada and has increased 6% in the last year alone. Violent crime as a whole has increased 39%. Sexual assault has gone up 71%. This is part of a larger pattern of increased levels of crime after 8 years of this Prime Minister's catch and release bail policies. These statistics have an even greater impact when you consider that 80% of criminal activity involving intimate partners goes unreported. We must ask ourselves, why is this the case? Why is there such a lack of faith in our justice system? Why do victims feel that there's greater benefit in not initiating criminal proceedings? Why do they not feel protected throughout a traumatizing period in their lives? We can point to larger trends. Between 2004 and 2014, cases where failure to comply with a court order when they were among the charges grew by 25%, and the cases involving charges related to a breach of probation increased by 21%. When intimate partner violence is reported, insufficient steps are taken by the justice system to deter further violence, despite the fact that in 60% of homicides involving an intimate partner, there was a history of violence. Half of these homicides involve an offender who has already been convicted on similar offenses. The senator sponsor of this bill referred to one particularly egregious case that I now put on the record in this House. In Quebec, an individual accused of a femicide had committed 50 criminal offenses in his lifetime, including 3 sexual assaults and 11 instances of domestic violence. After violating his bail conditions a 3rd time, he was arrested but subsequently released. Just over 1 week later, he murdered his former partner. No wonder trust in our system has been shattered. For the sake of victims, we need to do a better job of listening to and acting on their concerns. S205 is about providing our justice system with every tool we can to empower victims of intimate partner violence to come forward when crimes do occur and ensure that their rights are placed above those of their offender from the start of the legal process. It would ensure that victims are consulted about their safety and security needs before conditions of release are imposed on an accused person. These conditions must take the victim's opinions into account. If the victim is an intimate partner of the accused, they have the right to be made aware of their bail conditions. A judge may choose to require the accused to wear an electronic bracelet upon their release, effectively creating a barrier between the victim and her attacker and ensuring that law enforcement is alerted if the safety perimeter is broken. The bill would also extend the length of peace bonds and increase penalties for violence for violating them. Again, this proposed with the victim top of mind, allowing them a larger window of time after the attack takes place. Speaker, there is always more that can be done to bolster trust in criminal justice and to encourage victims to report their attackers without fear of retribution. But as it currently stands, an individual's condition of release is not subject to any monitoring mechanisms. This isn't fair to victims, the public at large, or our current understanding of intimate partner violence. What we know is not being reflected in the laws that we have. And that's why this bill is one of many initiatives that we should be adopting. I was pleased to speak in support of C-320, or the Truth in Sentencing Bill. It was just recently passed in this House with all-party support. The bill is another common-sense tool that ensured that we are prioritizing victims' rights over those of the offender. At the core of C-320 was transparency, ensuring that the victims are informed of why specific decisions are being made on an inmate's parole date, temporary absence, or work release. Those victims should know all of those circumstances in advance of them happening and have opportunity to contribute. I'm also proud of the work that I did earlier this year on protecting pregnant women from violent men through Bill C-311. We know that when women are pregnant, they are more susceptible to violence. And we know that this is something that takes place in our country more often than we expect it should well, we don't expect it should happen at all, but more than we realize often when these situations are not top of mind and they aren't handled within our court system in ways that draw more attention to the fact that these things are taking place. It was affirming to me to know that the majority of Canadians who read the bill for what it was, in other words, understood exactly what the purpose was, the intent was, very straightforward, knew full well that it would have provided judges with new aggravating factors that are not consistently enforced at this time. In other words, a judge can choose to consider that fact that the woman was pregnant and that the child was injured, but they are not required to. And this is just another scenario where, like this bill, we need to do everything that we can to protect women in situations of intimate partner violence. You know, there's a common theme amongst all of these bills. Victims believe that the justice system is not there for them when they choose to report their abuser. It's very clear with the number of catch and release bail circumstances we find taking place in this country where violent crimes are continuing to take place through that individual. And we need more deterrence, more reasons for them to reconsider or not commit the crime in the first place, but also to ensure that they are not carrying on with crimes when they're released prior to facing their court cases or when they are released on bail. Believe that, individuals who are victims of violence believe that the subsequent steps that are being taken by courts after they have come forward and taken the risk of presenting their case of being attacked or abused, that they are being left at risk. And this bill, S-205, would make a significant difference to that situation. It takes a proactive approach. In other words, we're not waiting for another horrific situation to take place. We are curtailing them. And that is just common sense. This is a common sense bill. It's about putting the victim at the center of the judicial process and give them more power to participate in the process right from the start, so that when that individual is facing charges and is being released, even in that circumstance, the preference is being given to protecting that victim in those circumstances. So I believe that we need to do everything we can in this House to pass any bill that protects women from violence. And that is certainly the case with S-205, and I encourage this House to move quickly on it, efficiently on it, and make sure that it enables us to reflect even more on the opportunities that we have in this place that sometimes we don't take for political reasons, which just, believe me, for those who face violent crime, cannot understand why we do not take every opportunity we have to do more to protect victims and to ensure that victims are cared for. Thank you so much, Madam Speaker.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Mental Health and Addictions and Associate Minister of Health.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'm pleased to join the second reading on Bill S-205, an act to amend the Criminal Code and to make consequential amendments to another act. I'm pleased to reiterate the government's support for Bill S-205. This legislation has the important goal of better protecting victims of intimate partner violence. In light of last week's tragic instance of intimate partner violence in Sault Ste. Marie, we were reminded of the devastating impact these crimes have on individuals and communities. My heart breaks for the senseless loss of life in Sault Ste. Marie, and I am thinking of the victims' loved ones. Intimate partner violence and gender-based violence in general has no place in Canada. I know my colleagues from all parties share this sentiment. Bill S-205 makes changes to the Criminal Code bail and peace bond regimes in order to address intimate partner violence. The bill also makes consequential amendments to the Youth Criminal Justice Act. These are important objectives. Today I will elaborate on some concerns that we have with this bill and how we think it can be improved. I will also discuss our government's most recent complementary efforts to support victims of intimate partner violence and victims of crime in general. As my colleagues have mentioned, Bill S-205 would require prosecutors to ask courts whether the victim has been consulted about their safety and security needs prior to making a bail order for an individual who is charged for an intimate partner violence offense. In addition, S-205 would require courts to ask prosecutors whether victims have been informed of their right to request a copy of the bail order made by the court. The next element of Bill S-205 that I would like to highlight is the expansion of a reverse onus for bail on intimate partner violence crimes. The reverse onus would be expanded so that it applies not only to accused who were previously convicted, but also those previously discharged, conditional or absolute, for an intimate partner violence offense. This particular measure is also contained in our government's Bill C-48, which already passed this House and is awaiting third reading in the Senate. We were certainly concerned to see that the senators voted to remove this measure from the bill, and I hope that my colleagues agree that we should reinstate it in Bill C-48. This provision builds upon previous government legislation that enhances our federal response to intimate partner violence, including former Bill C-75. I hope this House rejects the amendments to C-48. Next, Bill CS-205 would require a justice to consider, on request of the Crown, whether the accused should wear an electronic monitoring device as a condition of release. I want to point out that this provision would also undo an important change made by Bill C-233, an act to amend the Criminal Code, and the Judges Act, Violence Against an Intimate Partner, which received royal assent on April 27th of 2023. If S-205 is passed, electronic monitoring would be identified as an explicit condition of bail that could be imposed in all cases, and not just in cases involving violence against an intimate partner, as is now the case because of the changes enacted in Bill C-233. Lastly, this bill would create a new peace bond specific to cases involving intimate partner violence with a duration of up to 2 years, or 3 years if the defendant was previously convicted of an intimate partner violence offense. I want to reiterate that I support the objectives of this bill, but I believe that changes should be considered to better align the proposed amendments with its objective. These changes could also minimize the potential for unintended negative impacts on groups who are already overrepresented in the criminal justice system and ensure coherence with existing criminal law. Next, I want to discuss how Bill S-205 fits into a broader framework for of our government's support for victims of crime. I've already mentioned Bill C-48, which passed here on unanimous consent of all members, and I want to thank colleagues across the aisle for their support and for recognizing the importance and urgency of Bill C-48. It's a direct response to requests made by the provinces and territories, as well as law enforcement agencies from across our country. This piece of legislation strengthens Canada's bail laws to address the public's concerns relating to repeat violent offenders and offenses involving firearms and other weapons. Bill C-48 introduces a reverse onus at bail on the use of dangerous weapons like firearms, knives, and bear spray. In addition, Bill C-48 creates a reverse onus for additional indictable firearms offenses, including unlawful possession of a loaded or easily loaded, prohibited or restricted firearm, breaking and entering to steal a firearm, robbery to steal a firearm, and making an automatic firearm. Through this bill, we are sending a strong message that crimes committed involving a firearm are unacceptable and represent a dire threat to public safety. We have seen too many lives lost to gun crime. Madam Speaker, as I've mentioned previously, Bill C-48 also strengthens the existing reverse onus that applies to accused persons charged with an offense involving intimate partner violence, where they have previous conviction for this type of an offense. S-205 has the same objective, and I'm glad to see members from all parties take intimate partner violence seriously. Another proposal in C-48 relates to what considerations the court must make when deciding whether to release someone on bail. Former Bill C-75, passed in 2019, amended the criminal code to provide that before making a bail order, courts must consider any relevant factor, including the criminal record of the accused, or if the charges involve intimate partner violence. It also expands this provision to require courts to consider if the accused criminal record includes a history of convictions involving violence. Bail courts would now be specifically directed to consider whether the accused has any previous violent convictions and whether they represent an increased risk of reoffending, even when the proposed reverse onus does not apply. This change will enhance public safety, and I'm again pleased that my colleagues support the passage of Bill C-48. A second bill that I wanted to highlight, Madam Speaker, is S-12. Just this week we debated this legislation. S-12 improves our national response to sexual offenses by strengthening the National Sex Offender Registry regime. We have responded to concerns raised by both the Supreme Court and by law enforcement agencies in this legislation. And the list of designated offenses that qualify an offender to be registered on the National Sex Offender Registry will be expanded by S-12. And this list will soon include non-consensual sharing of intimate images and sextortion, two crimes which have had terrible impacts on the lives of Canadians, especially women and children. Madam Speaker, this is a very positive step forward. S-12 is a direct product of conversations with survivors and victims of sexual crime. S-12 reforms the publication regime to recognize the diversity of victim experiences and ensure that survivors have agency to tell their own stories if they so choose. S-12 also changes the process for providing victims with information on their cases to better reflect the Canadian Victims' Bill of Rights. Both of these changes, Madam Speaker, are about one key element: choice. There is no one right way to be a victim. S-12 reflects this reality. Madam Speaker, I am happy to support S-205, and I hope that the elements that I have raised as potential concerns with this bill can be further studied at committee. Madam Speaker, I thank you.
Reprise de débat, l'honorable député de Saint-Jean.
The Honourable Member for Saint-Jean. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Like my colleague for Joliette, who brilliantly raised these points just as I did, I want to reaffirm the Bloc Québécois' position regarding S-205. It has a highly laudable objective to better protect victims of domestic violence. We know that, unfortunately, this is part of a context where statistics show that there's been a sharp increase of conjugal violence. Between 2009 and 2019, just to give you an example, there was a noted increase of 7.5% of domestic violence offenses. As parliamentarians, we have a responsibility to help reverse this worrying trend. I see that there may be some problems with what S-205 is trying to do, but I would like to focus on what S-205 does. It does various things and covers a fair amount of terrain. I'm going to focus on some specific aspects. One of the clauses is a new paragraph for the criminal code that's saying before producing an order under Section 2 in respect of an accused charged with an offence involving the use, attempted use, or threat of violence against the accused intimate partner, the justice of the peace shall ascertain from the prosecutor that the accused's intimate partner has been consulted about his or her safety needs. In this context, we see that there may be better protection of the victim and ensuring their safety, because we want to make sure that we respond to the victim's needs. And then we might be able to provide better recommendations or requests from the judge when it comes to the various conditions that the accused may benefit from if they are freed. We want to ensure the safety of the victim. Victims are not included in criminal proceedings. They're often witnesses, and out of fear, they will often refuse to testify. And that means the main witness in the process means that the case could fall apart. So by protecting the witness, we may ensure better justice. Another point under S205 is Section 4.1. Upon making an order under subsection 2, the Justice of the Peace shall ascertain from the prosecutor that any victim of the offense has been informed of their right to request a copy of the order. Victims need to know the conditions that the accused benefits from if they are freed. It can contribute to a victim's sense of security. For someone to ensure that conditions are respected, a person has to know what the conditions are. The victim may be able to say, this person did not respect this requirement, and help ensure compliance. That way we can include the victim in the implementation of upholding the conditions that apply to the accused. There's an additional condition of release, and I think this is really the essential part of S205. When we hear the sponsor talk about the bill, he presented it as the electronic monitoring bracelet. We know that there's many conditions that can be added on to a person's release. For instance, report at the times indicated to the peace officer or appointed person, remain within the specified jurisdiction, notify a peace officer or appointee of any change of address, employment, or occupation, accept in accordance with conditions, not communicate with the victim indirectly or directly, remit their passport, and wear a remote monitoring device if requested by the Attorney General. One of the things I would highlight is that when we get to committee, it will be interesting to have an analysis of how it works in Quebec, because last year Quebec already set up this process for offenses under its jurisdiction, because the accused involved would be sent to a provincial prison. Therefore, it would be interesting to have a kind of post-mortem analysis of this process. If this bill goes any further, it would allow for better harmonization between the federal and provincial governments. Perhaps we could learn from their mistakes or the problems that they've encountered in Quebec. One of my concerns, however, is that this might lead to a false sense of security, specifically with the electronic monitoring books. I can give you a real example. Is in December 2022, a police officer was killed by Randall McKenzie when he was freed on bail after committing crimes with a firearm. He was in a car with a partner, and a police officer was killed. So we can ask, how is it that the suspect left their home even though they were wearing a GPS tracking device? How was it that no precautionary measures were taken? Even police officers who stopped him did not know that he was wearing a GPS monitor. The company that makes these tracking devices is their system adequate? Do we have enough resources from the time that a warning might be issued so that a victim can ensure their safety? So I think that this feeling of false security because the accused is wearing an electronic monitoring device could be problematic. So that is something I would like to raise about this. Now, there are some conditions outlined in the bill. There's a few that would deserve a bit more scrutiny, specifically to see if we can actually implement them, because it's great to have a bill where we have all kinds of goodwill, but if it's not actually applicable on the ground, it's somewhat empty. Now, when it comes to abstaining from the use of drugs, that is a condition. However, proving abstinence means providing analyses or samples for analysis outlined in regulation. That's an addition to the conditions. A peace officer can demand a bodily substance for analysis, or a peace officer. We have to wonder if it's going to survive a charter challenge, because some of these analyses can be rather invasive. Is it hair? Is it saliva? Is it blood? Is it urine? It can be invasive. And so we need to be able to establish a balance between what we're trying to obtain as a result and respecting a minimal level of human rights. So we need to check this perhaps with a constitutional expert. Another condition created in the order, in the infamous 810s, is refrain from using social media. I understand the desire to enforce such a thing. I understand what we're trying to achieve. However, we have to balance the purpose and the right to privacy. We need to make sure that there's some sort of follow-up. Otherwise, it's an order that isn't applicable. But then, how do we proceed if there's a violation of the order? Do we monitor the use of a phone, a computer of the accused? Is that too invasive? Is it excessive? Is it an invasion of privacy? We need to validate the goal that we're trying to achieve. If the victim sees that there's publications to not use social media when they know that the person posting is not allowed, well, I'd like to see how this can actually be implemented. Another aspect that I would like to hear constitutional experts talk about is inverting the burden of proof. We know that 4 years ago, when a person is accused and found guilty of violent crimes with an intimate partner, they have to prove that their being held in custody is not justified. With this bill, when a person has already been absolved for a crime against an intimate partner, we can ask the question, does this pass a charter test? They weren't convicted, they were absolved. So I think we need some analysis here. However, in general, I think that this bill does have an absolutely noble goal, and I'm looking forward to see how it plays out at committee regarding the different aspects that I raised. Thank you very much. Perfect and on time. Is the House ready for the question?
The question is as follows. Ms. Dancho, seconded by Ms. Ferrari, move that Bill S-205, an act to amend the Criminal Code and to make consequential amendments to another act, interim release and domestic violence recognizance, I should know this, I worked for probation and parole for many years, recognizance orders, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on the Status of Women.
If a member, participating person, wishes for the motion to be carried or carried on division, I invite them to rise and indicate it to the chair.
For Yorkton Melville.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. We respectfully ask for a recorded division.
Pursuant to Standing Order 93, the division stands deferred until Wednesday, November 1, 2023, at the expiry of the time provided for oral questions.
2:17, this House stands adjourned until next Monday at 11 a.m. pursuant to Standing Order 24-1. Have a great weekend, everybody.